Chapter 82. Feng Xinyang could not understand the old man's thoughts. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting tense, she quickly changed the topic. Old man, Tianlei still doesn't know that you're here. Ordinary balance, why don't we go home first? Yi Xuanji nodded and lightly said, bring this brat along. Why should I go with you? I'm not a member of the Ye family. Tang Zheng retorted. Moreover, Auntie Feng is injured. We should send her to the hospital first. Yi Xuanji's eyes turned cold, and was about to explode when Feng Xinyang said, little handsome brother, my injury is not serious. Let's go home first. Although Feng Xinyang did not have a good impression of Yi Xuanji, she knew his temper. Tang Zheng going against him was not a good thing. Auntie Feng, I still have to go to class. Tang Zheng did not want to meddle in other people's family matters, so he refused. Feng Xinyang gently said, I will ask for leave for your teacher. Just treat it as me begging you. Since the old man said that he wanted Tang Zheng to go to the Ye family, if he did not go, the old man would flip out and she would not be able to handle it. In the end, the one who would suffer would be Tang Zheng. Feng Xinyang did not want to see this kind of result. Auntie Feng is too serious. Since you asked, then I will not refuse. Tang Zheng agreed. In order to save him, Feng Xinyang did not hesitate to get injured. Of course he would give her face. Yi Xuanji looked at Tang Zheng meaningfully. He never thought that there would be a day when his face would not be useful. Yi Dingdang indignantly stared at Yi Xuanji. Her eyes were filled with anger. Yi Xuanji looked at her and asked, you hate me? Yes, Yi Dingdang resolutely said. I am your grandfather. But have you done your duty as a grandfather? Since I was young, you have never come to see me. Yi Dingdang did not give him any face. Tang Zheng felt a chill. This person was actually Yi Dingdang's grandfather. No wonder he had such an imposing aura. Feng Xinyang was afraid that Yi Dingdang would say something that would anger the old man. She hurriedly grabbed Yi Dingdang and said, let's go. At the same time, she muttered in her heart. Didn't the old man say that he wouldn't come to ordinary balance? Why did he come again? What was the matter? They got into the car and drove away under the gazes of others. When Feng Shishir arrived at the school, she immediately heard about this matter. Her expression changed immediately. She sat alone in the classroom, her heart in turmoil. During this period of time, even though the relationship between Tang Zheng and her had progressed quickly, Yi Dingdang had always been watching from the side. Even though she didn't do anything extreme, but because of a girl's sixth sense, she still felt a strong sense of danger. When Feng Yong saw this, he hurriedly advised, sister-in-law, don't listen to other people's nonsense. Don't you know what kind of person the boss is? Feng Shishir forced out a smile and said, is there something going on between them? Definitely not. Feng Yong patted his chest and promised. Even if there was, as a little brother, he had to say no. He couldn't cause trouble for the boss. Feng Yong, you don't need to worry about me. You can go do what you need to do. Feng Shishir let out a long sigh of relief, but her heart was still somewhat apprehensive. Takashi looked at the two whispering people from afar. His eyes flashed with a trace of resentment. He originally thought that after Tang Zheng and Feng Shishir were together, he would be able to pursue Yi Dingdang. He never thought that Tang Zheng would still be entangled with Yi Dingdang. I've already told Xiao Fei's parents that it was Tang Zheng who harmed Xiao Fei. Why haven't they done anything? This speed is too slow. Although Takashi was tall and strong, he wasn't an idiot. He originally thought that this plan of using a borrowed knife to kill would succeed, but he never thought that there would be no movement. Of course, he didn't know that the assassin had already made his move. It was just that he had become an idiot. Going on like this isn't a solution. I'm not afraid of thieves stealing, but I'm afraid of thieves thinking about me. Tang Zheng and Dingdang are together all day long. Who knows when she will be taken to bed by him? Then I won't have a chance. No, I have to think of a way. But what method should he use? Takashi scratched his head, but couldn't come up with a good idea. Whether it was in the light or in the dark, he wasn't Tang Zheng's opponent. A strong sense of powerlessness rose up spontaneously. I can't give up. As long as I keep an eye on him, I will be able to get hold of his weakness and ruthlessly nail him to death. Takashi silently made up his mind. At this moment, in the Ye family's manor, Tang Zheng was quietly sitting while Yi Dingdang angrily accompanied him. Feng Xinyang went to treat her injuries while Yi Tianlei had already invited Yi Xuanji into the study. Tang Zheng glanced at Yi Dingdang and said, "Your grandfather doesn't seem to have a good relationship with you." Yi Dingdang snorted and indignantly said, "He didn't do his duty as a grandfather. Back then he was the one who kicked my father out of Beijing." "Your Ye family seems to be a large family?" Tang Zheng probed. "It's that Ye family and not my family. Since he kicked my father out of Beijing, then I won't recognize that Ye family." Yi Dingdang's attitude was firm. Tang Zheng knew that this must be a melodramatic matter within a large family. But since he had nothing to do here, he continued to gossip and asked, "Why was your father kicked out?" Yi Dingdang hesitated for a moment and said, "We're not outsiders, so I'll tell you. But you can't tell anyone else." Tang Zheng nodded his head in agreement. Yi Xuanji had 2 sons and 1 daughter. Yi Tianlei was the second son, and had an elder brother above him. Yi Tianlei's talent in martial arts was not bad. He was even better than his elder brother. His cultivation was also higher. However, after he was seriously injured, his meridians were blocked and he was judged to have no chance of reaching the Xiantian realm. If a large family did not have an expert in charge, then the family would gradually decline. This was an unchanging truth. Although many people thought that Yi Tianlei would take over the position of the old man and become the next head of the family, after he was injured, he had no hope of breaking through. Thus, the position of the head of the family was even more impossible to talk about. At this time, Yi Tianlei also met Feng Xinyang. Feng Xinyang was born a commoner, but her cultivation was not ordinary. In addition, she was a forthright person. Yi Tianlei fell in love with her at first sight and vowed to marry her. Yi Tianlei flew into a rage and said that if he dared to marry her, then he would drive him out of the capital. Perhaps because Yi Tianlei saw that he had no hope of breaking through and really loved Feng Xinyang, in a fit of anger, he left the capital with Feng Xinyang and came to the ordinary balance. The husband and wife started from scratch and worked together for more than 10 years to have their current family business. After Tang Zheng heard this, he could not help but sigh. So there were so many things that happened. No wonder Yi Dingdang did not have any feelings for Yi Xuanji. "Tell me, why should I listen to this kind of person? He even wants to use me as a bargaining chip to marry Songyu. Humph, wishful thinking. Yi Dingdang's life will not be controlled by anyone." Yi Dingdang said with righteous indignation. Tang Zheng nodded his head and agreed. "That's right. You make your own decisions in your own life, let alone a lifetime of happiness." After Yi Dingdang vented the resentment in her heart, she felt a lot better. She looked at Tang Zheng and said, "I didn't think that your guts would be bigger than mine. You actually dared to talk to him like that." "Haha, aren't you the same?" Tang Zheng said with a smile. Yi Dingdang shook her head and said, "You know, no one has ever dared to treat him like that. At that time, when I saw your appearance, I was so scared that my heart almost jumped out of my throat. But fortunately, your mother saved me. Otherwise, I would have become a cold corpse and would not be able to talk to you." Tang Zheng recalled the situation at that time, and could not help but feel a lingering fear. Yi Dingdang also knew the danger at that time. For the first time, she said with embarrassment, "Tang Zheng, I'm sorry. It was all because of me that you met with this unexpected disaster." Tang Zheng shook his head and said, "We are friends." Saying these words is too distant. Friends. Yi Dingdang subconsciously repeated this phrase. Ever since she was young, she had never had a true friend. She could not help but feel that this phrase was strange, yet she also liked it. However, she immediately remembered Feng Xinyang's order to cook the rice. She felt a wave of annoyance in her heart. He already has a girlfriend. Do I really have to snatch him away like Feng Xinyang said? Snatch. What snatch? You say it like no one wants you. Yi Dingdang, how can you be this kind of person? Moreover, the person you like is a peerless hero. She let her imagination run wild. She subconsciously recalled the scene when he stood in front of her and faced the old man. His back was not wide, but it gave her a very safe feeling. It was like a tall wall that blocked out all the wind and rain outside. A strange feeling sprouted in her heart. Ding dang, I have already been here for so long. What else does he want to say? He didn't say it clearly. If he doesn't say it, I will have to go back to class. Tang Zheng complained. Yi Dingdang glanced at the tightly shut study door and said, How would I know what they are talking about? It's not like you didn't see my dad's righteous look just now. He told us not to disturb them. Let's just wait a little longer. Tang Zheng was helpless. He could only wait. At this moment, the two people in the study were having an intense argument. Tianlei, I will not change my words. Dingdang must marry Songyu. You are a member of the Ye family. You have to know that I am thinking for the future of the Ye family. Yi Xuanji said without any doubt. Dad, I know this. But Dingdang is my daughter. I have to be responsible for her happiness. Moreover, she and Tang Zheng are already engaged. Yi Tianlei gritted his teeth. He was prepared to follow the decision he made with his wife. Yi Xuanji looked at him with ridicule and said, Do you really think that I am old and muddle-headed? You want to trick me with this kind of 3-year-old child's trick? Yi Tianlei was seen through. His face turned red, but he still said, Dad, I am not lying to you. This is the truth. I don't care what kind of messy ideas you guys have. In short, make that brat Tang Zheng disappear from Dingdang's side. Make Dingdang prepare for her engagement with Songyu. Seeing the old man being so stubborn, Yi Tianlei wanted to refute. But his heart moved. He quickly changed the topic and said, Dad, I met a godly doctor. He has a way to heal your injuries. Yi Tianlei thought that as long as the old man's life was not in danger, then there was no need to marry into the Song family. Who would have thought that when the old man heard this he would snort and say, Godly doctor. Haha, I have seen too many people who call themselves godly doctors. I think you have been tricked. Dad, my injuries have been healed. I have already broken through to the first grade innate stage. Yi Tianlei said impatiently. Chapter 83. When Yi Xuanji saw Yi Tianlei for the first time, he already knew that he had broken through to first grade innate stage, but he didn't have time to ask. Now that he heard that it was done by the godly doctor, he didn't look down on the godly doctor as he asked in a deep voice. Then who is this godly doctor? Yi Tianlei quickly said, Father, you've seen him before. Could it be that the king of medicine cured you? Why haven't I heard him mention this before? Yi Xuanji asked suspiciously. The king of medicine is a special person in this circle of nobles. Legend has it that he can revive the dead and regrow flesh and bones. That year, Yi Tianlei also asked the king of medicine for help with his injuries, but the king of medicine was still helpless. Before Yi Tianlei could reveal the truth, Yi Xuanji already shook his head and said to himself, It can't be the king of medicine. A few days ago when the king of medicine contacted me, he didn't mention this. Moreover, he just came to ordinary balance. Yi Tianlei opened his eyes wide and said in astonishment, The king of medicine came to ordinary balance? Seeing the old man nod, Yi Tianlei held back his astonishment and continued to say, My injuries weren't cured by the king of medicine. I'm talking about another person, Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng? Even though Yi Xuanji, who had been through countless storms and waves, had already cultivated a calm mentality, when he heard this news he still couldn't hold back his astonishment. How could it be him? How old is he? Godly doctor? You think too highly of him. Father, I didn't lie to you. This is the truth. You can see that I've already broken through. Yi Tianlei decided to speak the truth. Yi Xuanji shook his head and said, You don't have to give this brat the credit of someone else and try to stop this marriage. Yi Xuanji was prejudiced and didn't think it was possible. Moreover, becoming a godly doctor wasn't something that could be done easily. Tang Zheng was just too young. Yi Xuanji didn't believe him at all. Father, that's not what I meant. Tang Zheng is a true talent. Maybe he can cure your injuries. Yi Tianlei suggested. Yi Xuanji laughed in ridicule. You don't need to worry about my injuries. The king of medicine asked me to come to ordinary balance for this matter. Yi Xuanji, but since there was hope, of course, he was happy. But he still suggested. Why don't let Tang Zheng take a look at you first? Yi Xuanji waved his hand. He was already a bit angry and shouted, "Have you been bewitched by him? How could you be so muddle-headed?" Seeing that the old man was angry, Yi Tianlei's heart trembled. He finally resisted the urge to persuade him. Since the king of medicine asked him to come, it meant that the king of medicine was confident. He couldn't help but become excited. After the old man's injuries were healed, the pillar of the Ye family would not fall. The Ye family could continue to prosper. "Father, when are you going to see the king of medicine?" "In 2 days. The king of medicine said that he wanted to see an old friend first." Yi Xuanji said, "Tell the Tangjing outside that I don't want to see him again. That's all, you can leave." Yi Tianlei was kicked out of the study. His expression was a bit awkward. When he faced Tangjing, he felt a bit guilty. "Tangjing, uncle really let you down this time," Yi Tianlei said apologetically. "Because of our family's matters you were almost injured." Tangjing shook his head and said unconcernedly, "Dingdang is my friend. This is what I should do." Yi Tianlei hesitated. It was a bit difficult to say. He really couldn't bring himself to ask Tangjing to stay away from Dingdang in the future. At this moment, Feng Xinyang, who had already treated her husband's injuries, rushed over. Seeing her husband's appearance, she immediately guessed what had happened. She hurriedly said, "The old man is still stubborn?" "Yes. Also, I wanted to ask Tangjing to take a look at his injuries, but he refused." Yi Tianlei said regretfully, "Uncle Yi, so you wanted me to treat his injuries?" Tangjing asked in astonishment. Seeing Yi Tianlei nod, Tangjing recalled Yi Xuanji's rude actions today. He immediately became a bit angry and said, "If it was someone else, I wouldn't care. But he almost killed me. If he wants me to take a look, I won't take a look." Yi Tianlei was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to say. Feng Xinyang also felt a bit indignant and directly said, "Little handsome brother, I'll send you back to school. We'll talk on the way." She also didn't give Yi Tianlei a chance to ask Tangjing to leave Yi Dingdang. Seeing the three leave, Yi Tianlei rubbed his forehead. Why is this matter getting more and more troublesome? It's really a mess. Little handsome brother, don't pay attention to the old man. You guys make your own decisions. In the car, Feng Xinyang said resolutely. She even winked at Yi Dingdang, hinting him to quickly take down Tangjing. But his attitude? Yi Dingdang said hesitantly. She clearly knew the resistance of this matter. Mom will take care of everything for you. Feng Xinyang was determined to go against the old man to the end. Yi Dingdang looked at the silent Tangjing and thought that compared to Songyu, Tangjing was much more pleasing to the eye. Should she really turn the act into reality and take him down? She was distracted by this thought. It wasn't until they arrived at school that she looked at Tangjing and said, "Tangjing, how about I reluctantly become your girlfriend?" What? Tangjing suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. He was really frightened and almost jumped up. He stared at her in disbelief and said, "Don't talk nonsense. I already have a girlfriend. You'll scare me to death." At the end of the day, Tangjing is still a traditional boy. At this time, Tian Chanzi immediately jumped out and shouted, "Brat, are you an idiot? Since this girl has already proposed, then you should go with the flow and take her down. Don't say any more. If you continue, then I really won't be able to resist this temptation." Although Tangjing was a traditional man, he still had a man's mind. "I think you've really gone crazy. Don't you know your own body? You've already accumulated a lot of pure yang energy. If you don't have enough purine energy to balance it, then just wait for your body to explode and die," Tian Chanzi said resentfully. Yi Dingdang was also shocked by her own boldness. But when she saw Tangjing's fearful expression, she felt hurt and indignant. So she loudly asked, "Could it be that I can't compare to Feng Shishir? Am I not as beautiful as her?" Tangjing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "No, you're really beautiful." Yi Dingdang and Feng Shishir were both extremely beautiful. One was valiant and heroic, while the other was a pretty girl from a humble family. The two completely different beauties were extremely tempting and impactful to the boys. Seeing him admit that she was beautiful, Yi Dingdang was a little proud. But she still kept a straight face and said, "Then if I become your girlfriend, I'll lose face for you?" Tang Zheng hurriedly shook his head. How was this losing face? It was completely gaining face. Who knew how many boys in the school wished for such a wonderful thing? Then isn't that enough? I'll be your girlfriend. No, I'll be your fiancé. This is something that my parents know, Yi Dingdang said decisively. She had a bit of Feng Xinyang style. But I already have a girlfriend, Tang Zheng said with a bitter smile. Then why don't we just break up? Yi Dingdang said lightly. Tang Zheng was speechless. Yi Dingdang's aura was really overbearing. Although it was indeed attractive, he wasn't a heartless person. Of course he couldn't agree. The two people's voices couldn't help but raise a few octaves. The nearby students heard everything clearly. It was as if their mouths were stuffed with eggs. Their mouths were wide open. Heavens! Yi Dingdang actually confessed to Tang Zheng and wanted to be his girlfriend, no fiancé. Moreover, she even wanted to kick Feng Shishir out. Explosive, too explosive. Perhaps even a meteorite hitting the earth wouldn't be as explosive as this news. Almost everyone was gossiping in their hearts. They definitely had to tell someone about this news. In their depressing school life, this kind of seasoning was really hard to come by. Everyone was thinking about what kind of expression Feng Shishir would have if she knew about this. What kind of result would it be? They didn't know if it was because Tang Zheng was too lucky in the past. Today bad luck finally fell on his head. They saw Feng Shishir walk out from behind the crowd. Her face was deathly pale, and her legs were practically trembling. Obviously, she had already heard the two people's conversation. What would she do? Everyone was focused and didn't make a sound. They were deeply afraid of disturbing this good show. However, there was still someone who disturbed, and it was done on purpose. Feng Yong rushed over and shouted, "Boss, you're finally back. That's great. I have a question that I don't understand. Hurry up and explain it to me." Feng Yong directly rushed in front of Tang Zheng, grabbed him, and ran away like the wind. He was a competent firefighter for once. The two people ran together and stopped in the distance, panting. Feng Yong was tired and Tang Zheng was really nervous. As a rookie, he really didn't have any experience in dealing with this kind of situation. He looked at Feng Yong gratefully, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Fatty, thank you. Hee, it's my responsibility and honor to share boss's worries and difficulties." Feng Yong cheerfully laughed, but then a look of worship appeared on his face. It was as if he was a groupie looking at his celebrity. He said, "Boss, you're really too brilliant. Sister Dingdang actually confessed to you and even said that you're her fiancé. Isn't this a bit too fast?" Tang Zheng was unable to say anything. He said, "It's all a misunderstanding. She's just talking nonsense." "How could it be nonsense? Sister Dingdang isn't a person who likes to talk nonsense. I think she really likes you," Feng Yong said with certainty. "How could that be?" Tang Zheng subconsciously denied, but his heart thumped. What if she really likes him? "Haha, boss, your ability to pick up girls is really too good. This kind of good thing can't happen to other people," Feng Yong said enviously. "Boss, don't be so unhappy. You should be a bit happier. This is a happy thing." Happy thing? Tang Zheng didn't think so. It was just that he didn't know what to do now. He also didn't know what would happen between Yi Dingdang and Feng Shishir. Would they directly fight like in the movies? Chapter 84. Yi Dingdang and Feng Shishir did not fight like normal women. The two of them looked at each other awkwardly and walked straight to the classroom, as if they had a tacit understanding. Perhaps the way beauties solved problems was very different from normal people. The group of onlookers lamented that it was a pity. If the two of them could have fought to their heart's content, this show would have been even more exciting. However, the news of Yi Dingdang's confession had already grown wings and spread throughout the entire campus like the wind. Suddenly, Rick Journey's forum exploded. The attention of the few of them instantly exploded, and Tang Zheng had undoubtedly become the center of attention again. It turned out that the scandal between Tang Zheng and Yi Dingdang had also caused a stir. However, in the end, when Tang Zheng and Feng Shishir's relationship was made public, the scandal naturally collapsed and disappeared without a trace. However, this time, there was real evidence. Yi Dingdang had actually confessed to Tang Zheng, and the two school bells were really fighting over Tangzheng. Was Tangzheng that good? Many people secretly complained that it was unfair. Tangzheng had almost become the public enemy of the entire school. Not only the boys, but the girls also thought that he was insatiably greedy and two-timing. Wasn't that what women hated the most? Moreover, he was not satisfied with plucking one of the school bells, and wanted to get his hands on the other. How was anyone supposed to live with this? However, Su and many people were also very curious about how this love triangle would develop, and how Tangzheng would deal with it. In short, this matter was getting more and more exciting. Some people were happy while others were sad. Takashi gritted his teeth in hatred, but he could only stare at the people involved from a corner from afar. His eyes were almost spitting fire. Tangzheng and Feng Yong walked in, and in an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on him. He was like the most famous celebrity. If it were anyone else, they would probably be scared witless. However, Tangzheng acted as if he didn't see it and walked straight to his seat. Yi Dingdang and Fang Shishir both looked at Tangzheng at the same time. Their gazes were completely different. Yi Dingdang looked slightly more complicated, while Fang Shishir looked sad. Tangzheng breathed a sigh of relief. It was great that the two of them didn't fight. Seeing Fang Shishir's pitiful appearance, he also felt a little apologetic and held her hand. Fang Shishir subconsciously shook off his hand and looked at him bitterly. Tangzheng squatted down so that he was inches away from her. Their eyes met and he whispered, "Shishir, you have to believe me. This is all a misunderstanding." Fang Shishir bit her lip, her body trembling uncontrollably as she said faintly, "Misunderstanding? I saw it with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears. How could it still be a misunderstanding? You should have heard it. This is all nonsense from her. I didn't say anything." Tangzheng hurriedly explained and shouted that he was wronged. Fang Shishir's heart moved. It seemed that it was indeed as he said. This was all Yi Dingdang's words. Yi Dingdang heard everything clearly. Seeing that he couldn't wait to get rid of this relationship, her heart felt as if it had been ruthlessly stabbed. She blurted out, "Tangzheng, you are my fiancé. My parents agreed to it." This sentence was like a heavy hammer that fiercely struck Fang Shishir's heart. Just a moment ago, a trace of loosening appeared, but it immediately became as firm as a rock. The biggest obstacle between her and Tangzheng came from her parents. However, Yi Dingdang and Tangzheng's relationship was actually approved by Yi Dingdang's parents. Fang Shishir felt that she had been pushed back a lot in this battle. She had always thought that she had victory in her hands. Now that she was at such a disadvantage, her mood was terrible. Tangzheng fiercely glared at Yi Dingdang and said, "Dingdang, can't you talk less? Don't add fuel to the fire." Yi Dingdang snorted in protest. "Don't you two flirt in front of me. I don't want to hear it. Tangzheng, I want to study. Don't disturb me." After Fang Shishir finished speaking, she opened her book. It was as if Tangzheng really didn't exist. She wholeheartedly immersed herself in studying. Tangzheng looked deeply at her. Helpless, he could only return to his seat. No one saw that behind the book, Fang Shishir's face was gradually filled with tears. Yi Dingdang seemed to know that this time, the matter had become too big. However, she wasn't the type to admit defeat. Moreover, Feng Xinyang's repeated indoctrination seemed to be subtly influencing her. She didn't dislike Tangzheng to begin with. Now, she felt that he was becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. In addition, the old man was pressuring her step by step. She understood that if there wasn't a suitable outcome, she was afraid that she would really be forced to get engaged. Tangzheng was undoubtedly the best person to break this deadlock. Therefore, she seemed to have steeled her heart. However, the atmosphere between the three of them was a bit strange, so she didn't say anything else. At the same time, the atmosphere in Mu Hongyan's house was a bit strange. An old man with white hair and a youthful face looked at Mu Hongyan and Nana in horror. His pair of bright eyes stared straight at Nana. Nana tilted her head and looked at him curiously. She suddenly reached out and grabbed his long beard and said, "Old Grandpa, why are you looking at Nana? Is Nana's face dirty?" As she said this, she used her other hand to wipe her pink face. Mu Hongyan was shocked to see Nana grabbing the old man's beard. She was about to let go of her hand when she saw the old man wave his hand, indicating that it was fine. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief. This old man's identity was simply too frightening. Even the patriarchs of the various large clans would be courteous to him. Who would actually grab his beard like Nan Nan did? Senior King of Medicine, is Nana's illness really completely cured? She asked tentatively. Although the godly doctor had already said that Nana was completely cured, she couldn't help but want to get an answer from the King of Medicine again. The King of Medicine nodded solemnly and said, "She's really completely cured. Even that strange aura is gone." After receiving confirmation, the stone in Mu Hongyan's heart was finally completely put down. She asked, "Senior King of Medicine, are you talking about that evil aura?" The King of Medicine's eyes lit up. He nodded and said, "That aura was indeed very evil. It's not an exaggeration to say that it was evil aura. It's just that I haven't figured out how this evil aura was produced." As he said this, he actually frowned. It seemed that this problem had been bothering him for many years. Mu Hongyan recalled the scene at that time and said, "Senior godly doctor said that the evil aura was produced by the art of curses." Art of curses? What's that? The King of Medicine's eyes widened. This was the first time he had heard of this term. He had dedicated his life to the vast number of medical books and thousands of medicines, but he had never seen these 4 words in any of the books. Seeing that the King of Medicine didn't know the whole story, she was even more confused. However, she had a feeling of admiration for the godly doctor. Mu Hongyan shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either. The King of Medicine couldn't hide his disappointment. At his level, he was no longer interested in ordinary things. The more difficult the disease was, the more he liked it. In the past, he had also diagnosed Nana, but he couldn't do anything. In the end, he tried everything, but there was still no improvement. He knew that things in the world couldn't be solved completely by relying on human power, so he could only give up helplessly. However, he still accurately diagnosed the duration of Nana's life. This time, when he suddenly heard that Nana had recovered, he couldn't help but be surprised. He went straight to the ordinary balance from thousands of miles away, just to find out the ins and outs of the matter. He couldn't do anything, but others could. That meant that he had lost to the other party. Since his debut, the King of Medicine had never lost to anyone. This time he lost completely. He wanted to see who the other party was, and also wanted to discuss medical knowledge with him. Seeing that Mu Hongyan couldn't tell the whole story, the King of Medicine continued to ask, "Then do you know how that person treated Nana?" He first gave Nana a life-continuing pill, and then he personally removed the evil spirit from Nana. After that, Nana was completely healed. Mu Hongyan recalled the scene at that time, and still felt like she was in a dream. It was too unreal. Life-continuing pill? You mean the life-continuing pill? The King of Medicine's expression suddenly became excited, and a strange flush appeared on his face. Mu Hongyan didn't know why he was so excited. She nodded and said, "The godly doctor did say that the pill was called the life-continuing pill, and it could extend one's life by 10 years. How could the King of Medicine not be excited? He had read through medical books, and only saw the 3 words life-continuing pill in a very strange ancient book. If it wasn't for his amazing memory, he would have already forgotten about it. Hearing these 3 words again this time, the description of the life-continuing pill once again became clear in his mind. According to the ancient records, the life-continuing pill had the ability to steal the fortune of heaven and earth. It could defy the heavens and change one's fate, extending one's life. It was simply a legendary immortal pill. The King of Medicine originally snorted disdainfully, because he absolutely didn't believe that this kind of thing was hard to explain. He thought that the ancient people were deliberately mystifying things. He never would have thought that the life-continuing pill actually existed in this world. And it even saved a person's life. Facts spoke louder than words. The King of Medicine had already put away his contempt, and became extremely serious as he said, "Tell me the whole story." Seeing the King of Medicine being so serious, Mu Hongyan organized her thoughts, and tirelessly told the story. But the King of Medicine's expression gradually became more and more interesting. In the end, he couldn't help but cry out, "How is that possible? How could someone who has the life-continuing pill lack money? Why would he sell the life-continuing pill, and even set up a street stall? This was simply an unimaginable matter. Senior King of Medicine, this is absolutely true, Mu Hongyan firmly said, although she also had the same doubts. The King of Medicine rubbed between his eyebrows. This matter was simply too strange, and even exceeded common sense. He muttered to himself for a long time, and then said, "Do you have any news of that person?" Mu Hongyan couldn't hide her disappointment as she shook her head and said, "Senior Godly Doctor doesn't want others to disturb him, so I also don't have any news of him." Mu Hongyan had once thought of sending people to search for traces of the Godly Doctor, but in the end she gave up on this idea. Since the Senior Godly Doctor had solemnly said this matter, she didn't dare to go against his wishes. "Brother Godly Doctor promised me that he would come and see me." Nana opened her big round eyes, and said in a childish voice. The King of Medicine excitedly hugged Nana and said, "Are you serious?" Nana pretended to be serious, and acted like a little adult as she nodded and said, "Of course, we even made a pinky promise." Brother Godly Doctor wouldn't lie, so Nana knew that he would definitely come and see me. A pair of big eyes flashed with a certain light. "Nana, why did you call him Brother Godly Doctor?" The King of Medicine suddenly found this suspicious point. Nana tilted her head, as if thinking about this question. Chapter 85. Upon seeing this, Mu Hongyan explained, "Senior King of Medicine, this is all because the child is too young and doesn't know any better." Nana pouted her small mouth and said, "I'm not young, I've already grown up. He is Brother Godly Doctor, this is a secret between us." Mu Hongyan laughed involuntarily, not taking it seriously at all. But the King of Medicine looked at Nana cautiously and said, "Nana, can you tell us about you and that Godly Doctor?" Nana's eyes revealed a little pride as she said, "Brother Godly Doctor is a handsome guy." Handsome guy? Mu Hongyan and the King of Medicine were surprised at the same time. The two of them subconsciously thought of each other as a respectable old man. An old man and a handsome guy were not related at all. Moreover, Nana obviously would not lie, so the two of them quickly grasped this suspicious point. The King of Medicine impatiently asked, "Nana, what secret do you have with him?" "Aya, this is a secret between him and me. We made a pinky promise that we can't talk about it." The little girl was startled and said regretfully. Her serious look was especially cute. Mu Hongyan did not think that her daughter and Senior Godly Doctor had a secret agreement, and did not know what expression to make. The King of Medicine had an idea and asked, "Nana, have you seen his true face before?" Nana pouted her mouth, lowered her head and said, "I promised Brother Godly Doctor that I wouldn't tell." The King of Medicine and Mu Hongyan looked at each other at the same time. Nana's words were a silent agreement. Mu Hongyan's heart moved. She had always been curious about Senior Godly Doctor. She did not think that her daughter had seen his true face. She was both surprised and happy as she said, "Nana, this matter is very important. Can you tell Mother?" "But Brother Godly Doctor told me not to tell outsiders." Nana looked embarrassed. "But Mommy is not an outsider. Mommy is your family." Mu Hongyan guided her patiently. "But Brother Godly Doctor said that I can't tell Mom." Mu Hongyan was embarrassed, but she suddenly had an idea and asked, "Okay, then you don't have to tell Mom. Mom also knows that Senior Godly Doctor must be an old grandpa." Nana opened her eyes wide and kept shaking her head, saying, "No way, how could Brother Godly Doctor be an old grandpa? He's very young, and he's a handsome guy." The little lass had fallen into Xiao Xiao's trap. Obviously, with her little brain, she didn't know. How is this possible? Mu Hongyan pretended not to believe, but her heart was already in turmoil. It turned out that her deductions were all wrong. The other party was not some respected old man, but was actually a young man. This completely subverted her imagination. The King of Medicine's expression was also very complicated. At first, he also thought that the other party was like him, an old man who had studied medicine for dozens of years. But the other party was actually a young man. Even if he had seen a lot, he still felt that it was inconceivable. "What I said is true." Seeing that she didn't believe, Nana anxiously jumped up. "Okay, I believe you. What Nana said is true. Mu Hongyan couldn't hide the shock in her heart as she hurriedly comforted her daughter. Only then did Nan smile in satisfaction. In fact, after knowing the truth, Mu Hongyan's other question was easily solved. At first, she was very curious as to why the godly doctor let Nana call him brother. Obviously, this didn't conform to common sense. Now that she knew the other party's age, this question made sense. Nana, then do you still recognize him now? The king of medicine asked again. Of course. Nana proudly raised her head. Mu Hongyan thoughtfully said in a low voice, Senior King of Medicine, do you have any good ideas? We must find him. He is simply a miracle in the history of medicine. I have a lot of questions to ask him. Moreover, an old friend of mine is suffering from a chronic disease and doesn't have much time left. If he still has the life-prolonging pill, then my old friend will be able to get through this hurdle. The King of Medicine said. Mu Hongyan nodded. So that's how it is. She said, but even if Nana has seen his true face, ordinary balance is so big. With millions of people, it won't be easy to find him. The King of Medicine was full of confidence, saying, this old friend of mine is not an ordinary person. He is the head of the Ye family, Yi Tianlei. His son Yi Tianlei has been in ordinary balance for more than 10 years. His power cannot be underestimated. It shouldn't be too difficult to find a person. Ye family? Mu Hongyan was shocked. She immediately nodded and said, if other people really don't have a way, then perhaps Yi Tianlei will succeed. In these few months that I have been in ordinary balance, I have heard a lot about this couple. They really aren't ordinary people. Mu Hongyan wasn't a resident of ordinary balance, but this was the place where she and her husband met. So in the last days of her daughter's life, she brought her here for a walk. It could be considered a kind of consolation. But her late husband's spirit in heaven really seemed to be protecting her daughter, allowing her to encounter a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Then I will inform them now and have them search the entire city. The King of Medicine said impatiently. When Yi Xuanji met with the King of Medicine and learned of this inside story, he was also very surprised, saying, that little girl's story is known by almost everyone in the circle. She was actually saved. Yes, this is really a miracle. So your injury also fell on this person. The King of Medicine couldn't help but sigh. Yi Xuanji's heart trembled. He had already given up hope before, but now that the hope of survival was placed in front of him, how could he not be moved? The more a person of virtue and prestige, the more they cherished their life. This was because they knew that as long as they survived, everything was possible. Yi Tianlei also accompanied the old man by his side, and said with an excited expression, then what does the King of Medicine Senior need us to do? Find him. This person is very young and doesn't have any specific facial features. But this kind of person's range of activity is not too large. Focus on searching pharmacies, hospitals, and such. Pay attention to all suspicious people. The King of Medicine instructed. Yi Tianlei nodded, but he didn't expect that this godly doctor was his old acquaintance, Tang Zheng. So a large-scale search of the godly doctor began. However, no matter how much they thought about it, no one would have thought that this godly doctor wasn't a doctor, but a high school senior who was preparing for the college entrance exam. They were completely looking in the wrong direction. At this moment, Tang Zheng had already been grabbed by Lu Qingmei. In fact, this day had been very torturous for him. Fang Shishir ignored him, and Yi Dingdang would talk to him from time to time, adding fuel to the fire. As a beginner, he didn't know how to deal with this mess. Lu Qingmei's place was a safe haven, but today Lu Qingmei's gaze was very strange, and she would turn her head to look at him from time to time. Teacher Lu, is there a flower on my face? Why are you looking at me like that? Tang Zheng asked strangely. Lu Qingmei's cold eyebrows had a bit of mischief, and after a while she said, Tang Zheng, you really hit it well. You actually made Yi Dingdang confess to you. Tang Zheng's face immediately turned sour. He didn't think that this matter would spread so quickly that even the teacher knew. He hurriedly denied it and said, Teacher Lu, this is all nonsense from other people. You can't believe it. Is that so? At that time, I just happened to pass by and heard everything clearly. What? Tang Zheng was shocked. Lu Qingmei actually heard it with her own ears. This time, Even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he wouldn't be able to clear his name. With a bitter face he sighed. Why are you so depressed? You're so young. And yet you're already two-timing. You're quite skilled. Lu Qingmei ridiculed. She actually encountered this kind of melodramatic matter on school grounds. Tang Zheng bitterly shook his head and said, Teacher Lu, don't laugh at me. I don't have any interest in your matters, but I have to remind you that the high school exams are about to begin. You can't relax and must use the remaining time to study. Lu Qingmei warned. Seeing that she didn't continue to pursue this matter, Tang Zheng finally let out a breath of relief. Suddenly he saw the unfamiliar street outside and said in astonishment, Teacher Lu, this isn't the way back to your home, right? No, I have some matters to attend to. First, accompany me to a place and then we'll go home to make up for our lessons. Lu Qingmei lightly said. Tang Zheng didn't ask any more questions, but when the car stopped outside a high-class Western restaurant, he couldn't help but be shocked. He had never been to this kind of place before because it was too expensive and he couldn't afford it. However, he still maintained his silence and walked in with her. The waiter brought the two of them to a booth by the window. There was already someone waving at them. It was clear that they had been waiting here for a long time. When he saw the other party's appearance, Tang Zheng was shocked. It was actually Song Donghua. Clearly, the other party also saw Tang Zheng and was stunned for a moment before returning to normal. Song Donghua stood up and pulled out a chair for Lu Qingmei in a gentlemanly manner. However, Lu Qingmei didn't sit down. She gracefully stood there and coldly said, Secretary Song, I didn't come here to eat. I have some matters to attend to and I want to clarify something with you. Song Donghua's mouth twitched, but he still smiled and said, If there's anything you want to say, you can say it after eating. Classmate Tang Zheng, you should also sit down and eat. Tang Zheng didn't sit but looked at Lu Qingmei. He had already guessed that Song Donghua was pursuing Lu Qingmei, so he was very curious as to how the two of them would develop. Seeing that the two of them were unmoved, Song Donghua felt extremely awkward, but he still maintained his composure. Lu Qingmei was expressionless as she continued to speak. I know what you are thinking, but I want to make it clear to you that you are not my type, so there is no possibility between us. I hope that you will stop bothering me in the future. Song Donghua's eyes flashed with a strange light, but he still said without changing his expression, Miss Lu, it is too early to say such things. We are all friends, so we should interact with each other and get to know each other better. He wouldn't just watch as his chance to soar to the top slipped away. Song Donghua's words were neither fast nor slow, and were refined and courteous. Even the waiter at the side couldn't help but reveal a look of infatuation. Then I'll be a bit more direct. I don't like people in the government, and I even hate people in the government. Do you think that you can leave the government for me? Lu Qingmei said bluntly. In this country where government officials were the most important, being in the government was undoubtedly one of the most popular jobs. Many mothers-in-law would choose a son-in-law from the government. Chapter 86. Song Donghua felt as if someone had choked him by the neck, and he immediately lost his ability to speak. His calm face finally revealed an awkward expression. The waitress looked at Lu Qingmei as if she was an alien. In this world, there was actually someone who did not like being a government official. She wanted nothing more than to marry one, but she did not have such a good life. Tang Zheng looked meaningfully at Lu Qingmei and did not hide his admiration for her. She actually had such a personality which was truly commendable. He looked at Song Donghua with interest as he did not know how he would respond. He only saw Song Donghua's expression change a few times before returning to normal. He calmly said, This matter can still be discussed. Tang Zheng, let's go. Lu Qingmei did not give Song Donghua a chance to explain as she was not a 3-year-old child. How could she be coaxed by the other party's few words? Moreover, she had originally wanted to use the other party's fatal weakness to make him give up, so everything he had done was for naught. Tang Zheng looked deeply at Song Donghua and hurriedly chased after them, leaving Song Donghua to send them off with his gaze. Song Donghua's face gradually became gloomy. This was the first time in his life that he had been rejected by a woman. It was also the most awkward time, and he would never forget it for the rest of his life. But when he thought of Lu Qingmei's family background, He was not willing to give up. He thought in his heart that he had finally found a shortcut, and if he were to give up now, it would be too much of a pity. His gaze fell on Tang Zheng's body and his heart moved as he secretly pondered. Since she values this student so much, can I use him to open up the situation? But when he thought of Tang Zheng's perfunctory attitude, he could not make up his mind. But he was not an indecisive person and immediately remembered Tang Zheng's identity. He was only a student from a poor family, and if he used benefits to entice him, would he be able to use him to capture Lu Qingmei's heart? Tang Zheng sat in front of Lu Qingmei and listened to her lecture. His tone and expression did not change at all, as if nothing had happened in the restaurant. When it was time to rest, he finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, "Teacher Lu, why do you hate officials?" Lu Qingmei looked at him coldly and said, "Being an official is too complicated. I don't like it. You don't want to be an official in the future." Tang Zheng smiled and said, "An official needs connections and background. I don't have any of those. How can I be an official?" Moreover, he was a person who liked freedom. Being an official was really not suitable for him. Lu Qingmei also thought that her worries were groundless and said, "Song Donghua is really annoying, he's like a fly that can't be bothered." Lu Qingmei did not think that in order to save Tang Zheng, she would attract this kind of trouble. She could not help but look deeply at Tang Zheng and said, "If it wasn't for you, then I wouldn't have provoked him." Tang Zheng knew what the other was referring to. He smiled apologetically and said, "It is indeed my fault, but the main reason is because teacher's charm is too great." Lu Qingmei wrinkled her eyebrows and said, "You also dare to make fun of me? Make fun of you? Where did that come from? I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. Could it be that teacher doesn't think that your charm is great? Look, everyone is much more serious in your class." Tang Zheng was speaking the truth, but when he said it, it sounded like he was teasing. This made Lu Qingmei feel a little conflicted. "Glib-tongued, no wonder Yi Dingdang and Feng Shishir fell in love with you," Lu Qingmei said mockingly. Tang Zheng was greatly embarrassed. How did this matter come up again? Moreover, how was he glib-tongued? He was just about to change the topic when suddenly, the qi in his body began to move restlessly. He was shocked. What was going on? He did not have time to think before Tian Chanzi began to shout, "This is bad. I already told you to deal with one of them, but you didn't listen to me. Now you're going to suffer. Don't keep me in suspense. What's wrong with me?" Tang Zheng asked in a bad mood. "Little brat, you've been working hard these past few days and your cultivation has progressed at a godly speed. You already have 3 inches and 4 parts of qi, which can be considered vigorous. However, you haven't been absorbing too much pure yin qi, so your pure yang qi is rebelling." Rebelling? Yes, take a look at your true qi. Isn't it boiling? This is a sign that your body is about to explode. Then what should I do now? Tang Zheng did not think that he would reach this point so quickly. He only felt his body become hotter and hotter, and his cheeks became redder and redder. Tian Chanzi did not have time to reply before Lu Qingmei discovered his strangeness and said, "Tang Zheng, what's wrong with you? Why is your face red?" Her heart wondered if he was shy. He didn't seem like such an introverted person. "Teacher Lu, I'm not feeling well. I'll go home first." Tang Zheng stood for a moment and suddenly felt dizzy. He staggered and fell towards Lu Qingmei. "Tang Zheng, what are you doing?" Lu Qingmei opened her eyes wide and loudly berated him. She thought that he wanted to take advantage of her. "Teacher Lu, He did not have time to finish speaking before he fiercely threw himself onto Lu Qingmei's body. Lu Qingmei wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. Tang Zheng's 100 gene weight was already on top of her. Putong. The two people fell onto the sofa at the same time. Lu Qingmei was on the bottom and Tang Zheng was on top. "Tang Zheng, hurry up and get up. Otherwise I'll really get angry." Lu Qingmei's voice was cold and carried a bit of killing intent. But Tang Zheng turned a deaf ear to her. He closed his eyes and laid on top of her body. The two people's bodies were intimately close together. More importantly, Tang Zheng's face was buried in her chest. Lu Qingmei's chest was very majestic. It was like 2 undulating mountain ranges, tightly wrapping around Tang Zheng's face. Heavens! Lu Qingmei had lived for more than 20 years and had never been so intimate with a man. Moreover, it was in this position. It was simply too ambiguous. Lu Qingmei was really angry. Her anger rose up and she wanted to skin Tang Zheng alive. So he had been pretending all along. Now he finally revealed his true colors. He actually dared to scheme against her. Did he think that she was a 10-year-old girl who would be scared or tricked by his methods? Seeing that Tang Zheng still did not move, Lu Qingmei finally exploded. She grabbed his shoulders with both hands and angrily roared. Scram! Using all of her strength, she pushed Tang Zheng away. Pung! Tang Zheng fell onto the floor. Lu Qingmei gasped for breath. She did not feel embarrassed, only endless anger. She regretted to death. Why did she help this guy with a human face but a beast's heart? So she had been deceived by him all along. I will definitely make him regret it for the rest of his life. If he dares to have any ideas about me, I will definitely not forgive him. She secretly made up her mind. Why is he still lying on the floor motionless? Suddenly, she found that she was like a puppet. Even if she fell onto the floor, she did not react. What was going on? Could it be that he was still acting? Humph, you tricked me before. Could it be that you want to trick me again? You think too much of me, don't you? Get up. She kicked Tang Zheng, but found that he did not move. Do you still want to continue acting with me? Then I'll help you. Lu Qingmei was usually very calm, but this time it was really hard to keep calm. She fiercely kicked Tang Zheng a few times. He still wants to continue acting like this? She was full of doubts. She could not help but stare at Tang Zheng's body. She found that he still did not move. The half of his face that was exposed was as red as iron. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he was not acting? She hesitated for a long time before carefully squatting down to examine him. His body is actually emitting heat. This is definitely not his body temperature. He is like a high-temperature furnace. She was shocked. Could it be that he had a high fever? If he was not sent to the hospital with this kind of fever, then he would become an idiot. At this moment, she finally understood that she had wronged him. He was not deliberately trying to take advantage of her, but he was sick. Lu Qingmei had never seen this kind of illness before. It must be some kind of difficult illness. At this moment, her anger quickly faded and the urge to save someone took over. She grabbed Tang Zheng's hand. See, she could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. It really was boiling hot, making her hand feel a burning pain. What was wrong with him? She could not figure it out, but this kind of dangerous situation did not allow her to carefully ponder over it. She could only endure the burning pain from her hand. She used all her strength to help Tang Zheng up. She reached out a hand to hold his waist, letting his body lean against hers as much as possible, and then slowly moved towards the door. The two people's bodies inevitably came into close contact with each other. Their skin was pressed against each other, and waves of pure yin energy that was invisible to the naked eye came from her body. It quickly passed through her skin and into Tang Zheng's body. Lu Qingmei did not realize this at all. She only knew that Tang Zheng was really heavy, making it difficult for her to walk. He's not that old, but his body is so heavy. I wonder how he grew up. She took deep breaths as she silently cursed. Seeing that the two of them were about to reach the door, suddenly, Tang Zheng let out a soft cry. Lu Qingmei immediately stopped and stared at him as she asked, "You're awake? What is wrong with you?" Tang Zheng did not answer her because his eyes were still closed, but there was a trace of satisfaction on his red face. That's right, it was satisfaction. Lu Qingmei was stunned for a moment. At this critical moment of life and death, he actually dared to have this kind of satisfaction. She had really wronged Tang Zheng. The true qi in his body had completely boiled, and the pure yang energy that had been accumulating for a long time had exploded, causing his body to go through an earth-shattering change. It was to the point that he had directly fainted, so it was easy to imagine how serious this matter was. But when Lu Qingmei helped him up and their bodies came into close contact, pure yin energy continuously flowed into his body. This was many times denser than the pure yin energy absorbed from the air. Moreover, Lu Qingmei also had a profound yin body, so it made Tang Zheng let out a soft cry. This was a subconscious cry of satisfaction. Seeing that he still did not respond, Lu Qingmei did not understand the specific situation, so she decided to first send him to the hospital. She was just about to open the door when she suddenly felt her body tighten. She was actually tightly hugged by Tang Zheng. Their two bodies were tightly pressed together, as if they wanted to rub each other into the other's body. Chapter 87. Lu Qingmei couldn't believe her eyes. She was held in Tang Zheng's arms, and her graceful body was almost stiff. But Tang Zheng didn't seem to be satisfied with such intimate contact. He made a series of satisfied cries, and his hands actually stroked her body. Ah! Lu Qingmei screamed as if she had been electrocuted. She tried to break free from the other party's restraint, but found that his hands were like a pair of pliers. She couldn't break free at all. Tang Zheng, I'm going to kill you. She suddenly realized that she had been tricked by Tang Zheng again. She concluded that he had pretended to do all this for a long time to take advantage of her. She angrily waved her fist and smashed it on Tang Zheng's body, but this attack was similar to scratching an itch for Tang Zheng. On the contrary, the more she struggled, the bigger Tang Zheng's movements became. He fixed his hands on her head and kissed her lips. God, he really kissed Lu Qingmei's warm lips. This was like a thirsty person meeting a water source. He wantonly launched an attack and kissed. For a few seconds, Lu Qingmei felt that she was dreaming. It was too unreal. She was actually kissed by her own student. This was her first kiss. Over the years, many men wanted to kiss her, but they all returned without success. Today she actually gave it to a student, and it was her own student. She regretted it. She regretted it so much. How could she be so stupid as to tutor him? Was her brain fried? She couldn't escape from Tang Zheng's clutches, and she couldn't escape from the tiger's den. She was still being molested by Tang Zheng. She didn't know that at this moment, Tang Zheng wasn't awake. He was just doing things according to instinct. He just wanted to absorb more purine energy, so of course he would instinctively choose more intimate contact. The strong purine energy entered his body, harmonizing his pure yang energy. The restless true qi calmed down little by little, and his body temperature was also decreasing. Lu Qingmei's body temperature was also decreasing. Her heart was cold. Could it be that she couldn't escape from his clutches today? However, she was not a person who accepted her fate. In the blink of an eye, she erupted like a volcano. Pa! A fierce slap landed on Tang Zheng's face. Immediately, 5 finger marks appeared on his face. However, Tang Zheng acted as if he didn't feel it. He actually used his tongue to pry open Lu Qingmei's pearly white teeth and went in. Lu Qingmei felt a little dizzy. The strong masculine aura hit her in the face, causing her heart to beat rapidly. A strange feeling arose in the depths of her heart. This feeling was very strange, causing her body to actually react. For a moment, she actually enjoyed this feeling a little, as if this feeling was not bad. Although Lu Qingmei was older than Tang Zheng, she was obviously not as skilled as him in this aspect. At the very least, he had practiced with Feng Shishir several times. Therefore, Tang Zheng was like a fish that had returned to the sea. He constantly demanded. Unknowingly, a hand had already grabbed onto her upper body. Lu Qingmei's heartstrings trembled. She wanted to push him away, but she couldn't. Moreover, the long kiss made it difficult for her to breathe. Her eyes were blurred and her cheeks were red. Gradually, she lost consciousness and fainted. The sky turned white and a ray of light shone through the window onto the spacious bed. Tang Zheng opened his eyes in a daze. He felt comfortable all over. Wasn't I at Teacher Lu's house last night? Pure yang energy erupted. I don't remember what happened after that. Before he had time to think, he suddenly felt a delicate feeling in his palm. He was shocked. This was not a rough feeling that a man's skin should have. It must be a woman's delicate skin. He was shocked. He opened his eyes wide and finally saw clearly. A pair of graceful figures instantly jumped into his eyes, attracting all of his attention. His heart was beating so fast that it almost jumped out of his throat. His throat became dry and he swallowed his saliva with difficulty. This body was really too beautiful. He still had a hand on it, and it felt incomparably wonderful. More importantly, the owner of this body was Lu Qingmei. Boom. His mind exploded and his mind went blank. After a long time he was shocked. What happened last night? Why did I do such a thing to her? What should I do next? What will she think of me? And suddenly, a soft and coquettish voice sounded out. And then, Tang Zheng watched as Lu Qingmei opened her eyes. Their eyes met, and then, she also saw Tang Zheng's hand on her white skin. In that instant, her eyes were clearly a little dazed and a little dazed. But in the next second, she screamed and kicked Tang Zheng off the bed. Her face instantly turned red and of course, her eyes were filled with endless murderous intent. Tang Zheng, you big pervert, I'm going to kill you. She gritted her teeth and frantically grabbed the blanket to cover the charming scene. Then she hid under the blanket and looked at her body. Her clothes were not completely taken off, but the buttons of her shirt were completely unbuttoned. The parts that should not be exposed were also exposed. She hurriedly checked her lower body. Her pants were still on, but they were a little messy. She did not feel any discomfort in her body. Only then did she heave a sigh of relief. She was secretly glad that she was wearing pants and not a skirt. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, this was not an outcome that she could accept. Her body was violated by him. This was unforgivable. She secretly peeked half of her head out and looked at Tang Zheng sitting on the floor. He seemed to be in a daze. Tang Zheng was indeed in a daze. Even if he had a lot of skills, this was the first time he faced this kind of situation. Moreover, he did not know what he did last night. Tian Chanzi, come out for me. What happened to me? Tang Zheng unhappily roared. Tian Chanzi laughed strangely and said, Brat, you finally remembered me. You took advantage of me and are still not satisfied. Why are you so angry? How can I not be angry? What happened last night? Your pure yang power erupted. Your true qi boiled, and you fell into a semi-conscious state. Don't you know what you did? Tian Chanzi said mischievously. If I knew, would I still need to ask you? Actually, I'm not very clear. I only know that you hugged your teacher and then kept kissing her. Later, you directly carried her to the bed. I don't know what happened after that because I followed the principle of not looking at indecent things. I hid myself. As for what happened, it was all your own doing. How would I know? Tian Chanzi was somewhat gloating. Tang Zheng did not know whether to laugh or cry. Of course, he knew that many people were drooling over Lu Qingmei's beauty. Tian Chanzi had also repeatedly urged him to take down Lu Qingmei. However, he had never put it into practice. He did not expect that this time, so many things would happen with him by accident. He quickly looked at his body. Fortunately, his clothes were still there. This meant that he had not broken through the last step. However, the scene just now had already made things big. How was he going to end this? More importantly, how was Lu Qingmei going to end this? Was she going to accuse him of attempted rape? All of this could be said in this way. However, the key point was that he did not do it intentionally. In fact, he gradually understood that last night must have been a freak combination of factors. He was trying to absorb the pure yin power in her body. He was a little annoyed. Cultivating with a pure yang body was indeed twice the result with half the effort. However, the key point was that the side effects were too great. Lu Qingmei looked at him and did not say a word. It was as if he was the one who was wronged. The anger in her heart became even stronger. She angrily shouted, Tang Zheng, get out of here. Tang Zheng was frightened. He stood up and looked at the raging Lu Qingmei and said, Teacher Lu, shut up. Lu Qingmei angrily shouted, Get out of here. Then I'll be in the living room. If you need anything, just call me. Tang Zheng did not have any plans to run away. Moreover, this kind of thing could be avoided for a while, but it could not be avoided forever. As a man, if he dares to do something, then he must be willing to admit it. He might as well throw caution to the wind. Whatever Lu Qingmei wanted to do to him, he would accept it. He hung his head and walked out, gently closing the door. Lu Qingmei crawled out from under the blankets. Her whole body was trembling. She lowered her head and looked at her body. She tried to recall what happened last night. However, she only remembered that Tang Zheng hugged her and kissed her. Then she suffocated and fainted. Her memories after that were blank. That beast with a human face. Lu Qingmei clenched her teeth. These words were practically squeezed out from between her teeth. She grabbed her clothes and wanted to take a shower to wash away the traces of Tang Zheng on her body. However, the bathroom was outside. Thus, she hurriedly put on her clothes and took a change of clothes out of the bedroom. Seeing Tang Zheng standing in the living room, she angrily shouted, "Get out of my house!" "Teacher Lu, I'm sorry," Tang Zheng stammered. "Do you think an apology is enough? You know what you did. Don't think an apology is enough. Just you wait. Teacher Lu, no matter how you punish me, I will not have any complaints," Tang Zheng declared. "You still dare to have complaints? I don't dare. Get out, get out. Just looking at you makes me annoyed." After Tang Zheng was kicked out, Lu Qingmei rushed into the bathroom. She allowed the warm water to pour down from the top of her head. It flowed through every part of her body. She continuously scrubbed, wanting to wash away the traces of Tang Zheng. At the same time, her mind gradually calmed down. This kind of thing happened. Blindly throwing a tantrum would not solve the problem. But how could she solve it? Call the police? She immediately rejected this idea. She did not want her embarrassing matter to be known by a third person. However, she could not just let it go. This was a crime. After she finished bathing, she wrapped a towel around her body. She looked at her beautiful face and mature body in the mirror. This was undoubtedly the most beautiful scenery. She never thought that a man would enjoy this kind of beauty. However, last night she fell into Tang Zheng's demonic claws. Her anger once again surged. She tried to take a few deep breaths to suppress her anger. She quickly put on her clothes and walked to the door. She opened the door. Chapter 88. When Lu Qingmei opened the door and saw Tang Zheng, she discovered that he had a happy expression on his face. She immediately became angry as he was indeed acting, and had planned this for a long time. "Tang Zheng." She gnashed her teeth and roared out these two words. Tang Zheng was startled and his face immediately froze, but no matter how one looked at it, he was trying to hide his happiness. "Teacher Lu, Before Tang Zheng could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Lu Qingmei and coldly said, "Everything that happened last night was indeed an act by you. Consider me blind." "Teacher Lu, there was a problem with my body last night which led to that matter. I did not do it on purpose," Tang Zheng quickly explained as this misunderstanding was becoming bigger and bigger, and he had to explain it clearly. There was a problem with your body, but I saw that you were secretly happy. I really misjudged you. You are much more sinister than Song Donghua. You are so young yet you are already so bad. How can you face your grandfather?" Lu Qingmei bitterly reprimanded. "Teacher Lu, I wasn't secretly happy just now," Tang Zheng defended himself. "I saw it clearly, so how could it be fake? Do you dare say that you were not smiling?" Tang Zheng was speechless as he was indeed smiling, but it was not because he had taken advantage of Lu Qingmei. Instead, it was because he had gained too much from last night. His cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds, and he had reached the 4th grade refining qi. It must be known that before he only had 3 inches and 4 parts of qi, but in one night, his qi had increased by 6 parts. It was simply a miracle. Even Tian Chanzi could not help but praise him, and even reminded him that this was all because of Lu Qingmei. This was the miraculous effect of the mysterious Yin body. He had also had intimate contact with Feng Shishir, but it did not have such a large effect. Of course, this was also one of the reasons why he did not share a bed with Feng Shishir the entire night. All in all, this time, not only did he take advantage of her body, the most important thing was that his cultivation had increased. Tian Chanzi incessantly urged him to just take advantage of Lu Qingmei, as that would allow him to directly break through to the 5th grade refining qi. He did not know whether to laugh or cry as he did not even know how to clean up this mess. If he still wanted to take advantage of Lu Qingmei, then he would most likely be sent to prison. Tian Chanzi reprimanded him for being a coward, and said that he would just run away. The most important thing was that his cultivation would increase quickly. This was too tempting for a cultivator. It must be known that if a normal cultivator had a shortcut to break through, then they would most likely kill and rob others. How could they be as long-winded as him? Tang Zheng was not bewitched by him, and Tian Chanzi could not do anything about it. However, he was secretly very pleased with himself because this time, Tang Zheng's pure yang energy did not erupt without warning. The experienced and knowledgeable Tian Chanzi had already discovered this point, but he did not tell him. Instead, he allowed the pure yang energy to erupt at the most crucial moment last night, which allowed him to absorb Lu Qingmei's pure yin energy by accident. As a result, all of this was single-handedly facilitated by the Heaven Monk, because he needed Tang Zheng to become stronger, so that his divine soul would become stronger. Now his divine soul was much stronger than before. However, all of this was kept in the dark about Tang Zheng. If he were to find out, who knows what he would think? He would definitely curse Tian Chanzi for being despicable. You don't have anything to say, right? Lu Qingmei saw that he was speechless and jokingly said, Teacher Lu, I was cultivating so something went wrong. Last night I was really in a semi-conscious state. I do not remember what I did, but I will not deny it. Tang Zheng took a deep breath and decided to explain himself. It was up to her whether she believed him or not. Lu Qingmei wrinkled her eyebrows. Seeing his sincere expression, she suspiciously thought, is what he said true or false? I know he was cultivating, but how could there be this kind of situation when cultivating? That's not right. If he really wanted to do something to me, then why didn't he break through the last step? This was what she was most suspicious about. If Tang Zheng really wanted to take advantage of her, then why did he give up halfway and not completely take her? Although there were many suspicious points, she did not immediately believe his words. Instead, she made an expression of disbelief. Then what does Teacher Lu plan to do? No matter what punishment, I will not complain. Seeing that everything was useless, Tang Zheng instead said, what do you plan to do? Lu Qingmei's eyebrows wrinkled. To be honest, she also did not know what to do. However, being taken advantage of by her own student, she definitely could not swallow this resentment. Tang Zheng, this matter cannot be known by a third party. If I hear about what happened last night from other people, then I will definitely not let you go. Lu Qingmei declared first. Tang Zheng hurriedly nodded and said, Teacher Lu, don't worry. I will definitely not say anything. This matter is between you and me. There will definitely not be a third party that will know. Lu Qingmei nodded. She also believed that Tang Zheng would not dare to speak carelessly. As for how to punish you, I will have to think about it carefully. Lu Qingmei said. Tang Zheng let out a sigh of relief. As long as she did not directly take him to the police station, then this matter could still be resolved. Thank you, Teacher Lu. Let me know when you have thought about it. Then Teacher Lu, can I not come to make up lessons in the future? Tang Zheng carefully asked. After this matter, Lu Qingmei probably did not want to see him again. As expected, Lu Qingmei nodded. The two of them had a teacher-student relationship. After this matter, she really did not know how to get along with him. Moreover, if something like this were to happen again, then she would be at a disadvantage. Tang Zheng was secretly delighted. This way he would not reveal too many flaws. Lu Qingmei stared at him without blinking. Seeing the corners of his mouth curl up, her heart moved. She immediately guessed what he was thinking and immediately said, Tang Zheng, you must bring out your true standard in this month's exam. Otherwise you will suffer. What? Tang Zheng was shocked. I'm telling you to stop pretending to be stupid and bring out your true ability, Lu Qingmei decisively said. Tang Zheng said with a bitter face, Teacher Lu, last month's exam was my true standard. You think I will believe a mouthful of lies? In short, if you do not get first place in the school this time, then you just wait. You have bad intentions towards your teacher. If your grandfather were to find out about this, you can imagine what the consequences would be. Tang Zheng was frightened. If his grandfather were to find out about this, it would be strange if he did not break his legs. The key point was that he would be heartbroken. Tang Zheng had no other choice. He could only nod and say, Then I will do my best. Lu Qingmei finally saw his dejected appearance. She proudly pursed her lips and smiled. Her anger was finally diluted by quite a bit as she said, In any case, I only look at the results. You can leave. After she finished speaking, she slammed the door shut. She leaned against the door with a trace of a smile on her face. Little guy, This time you can no longer hide your strength. From Tang Zheng's reaction, she confirmed her previous guess. He really had been hiding his strength the entire time, although she did not know why he did so. She lightly patted her face and said to herself, Lu Qingmei, last night's matter was just a dream. Don't think about it anymore. Forget about it. However, in the future, I will use this matter to threaten this brat. Trying to play smart with me. In reality, Lu Qingmei was a prideful person deep down in her bones. She was also a calm person. Although she suffered a loss and was of course angry, once she calmed down, she knew that she could not do anything to Tang Zheng because of this matter. The key point was that she subconsciously believed Tang Zheng's explanation. In addition, he still had his grandfather. If something happened to him, then what would the old man do? In short, Lu Qingmei, who had never suffered a loss before, suffered a loss in the hands of Tang Zheng for the first time. Moreover, it was not a small loss. Tang Zheng went downstairs uneasily. Looking at the sunlight shining from the horizon, his eyes were also plated with a layer of gold. He did not close his eyes. Instead, he forced himself to open his eyes wide. He roared, dispelling the dark clouds in his heart, and said, This result is already the best. I don't want to think about it anymore. Now, I need to work hard on my education and practice martial arts. But when he thought about practicing martial arts, his heart began to beat like a drum. His strength was increasing too quickly. The purine energy was not enough. This was too dangerous. There would not be such a good opportunity next time. If he really exploded and died, then it would be a great loss. He walked straight to Tang Zheng's school. But then his phone rang. It turned out that it was a call from his grandfather. The old man was worried when he did not see him come home last night. Tang Zheng hurriedly explained that he had stayed at his teacher's house to make up lessons. Thus, he had stayed at his teacher's house to rest. The old man did not think too much of it, and told him to study hard and repay his teacher's kindness. Tang Zheng walked while talking on the phone. He did not notice that there was a car not far away. Song Donghua's face was gloomy as he stared at Tang Zheng's back. Bang! He slammed his fist on the steering wheel and hatefully said to himself, Despicable. He actually stayed at Lu Qingmei's house for the night. Did anything happen between the two of them last night? No wonder Lu Qingmei is so good to him. What make-up lessons? I think it's more like an affair. Yesterday, he originally wanted to lure Tang Zheng with benefits and make him his spy. He never thought that after waiting for an entire night, he would not see Tang Zheng come downstairs. He burned with anger, and wanted to rush up and catch them in the act. But he did not do so because he did not have the right to do so. Originally, he still had some respect for Lu Qingmei's cold arrogance. But ever since he confirmed the affair between Tang Zheng and Lu Qingmei, he did not have much respect for her. What was there to respect about a teacher who could get together with her own student? Of course, he would not be so stupid as to retreat and give up. Instead, he would pursue her even more fiercely because he believed that this would give him a better chance. But this was not admiration. It was purely because of Lu Qingmei's background. But as a man, after discovering this fact, he could not do nothing. He might not be able to touch Lu Qingmei, but how could he not deal with a student? Thus, all of his anger was directed at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng did not know that he was being hated by others. At this moment, he was being looked at strangely by the strange gazes of others. The students who came and went were all pointing at him, whispering and snickering at the same time. These people are really annoying. They must have spread the news of yesterday's matter. He quickly walked into the classroom, and the originally noisy classroom immediately quieted down. Almost everyone was quiet as they stared at him, as if they were looking at a mirror. Not long after, bursts of laughter rang out. Some people were laughing so hard that they were about to cry. Tang Zheng did not even look at them and secretly cursed them for being crazy. He walked straight to his seat but was stopped by Feng Yong. Chapter 89. What happened to my face? Tang Zheng curiously asked. Take a look for yourself. Feng Yong seemed to be too embarrassed to say, so he turned on the front camera. Tang Zheng's eyes immediately opened wide. Damn, when did this happen? He saw that there was a clear 5-finger mark on his face. Without a doubt, this was done by someone else. But he completely did not remember who did it. It must have been done by Teacher Lu last night. He thought for a moment, and immediately guessed. Other than her, there was no one else. She must have seen it in the morning but did not remind him. She clearly wanted him to make a fool of himself. He regretted it. Why didn't he see it earlier? This time he was embarrassed. No wonder on the way here, so many people were pointing at him, and he was confused. The most important thing was that it was hard to explain. He subconsciously looked towards Yi Dingdang and Fang Shishir. They were also looking at him. Yi Dingdang's face was mischievous and curious while Fang Shishir's face was sad and disappointed. His heart skipped a beat. Yesterday he had made Fang Shishir very unhappy and she had been ignoring him. This finger mark made it impossible for him to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Feng Yong asked with incomparable worship. Boss, you're too awesome. Which beauty did you provoke this time? Tang Zheng unhappily rolled his eyes at him and said, Don't talk nonsense. Sit down and read. Then he walked towards his seat. Fang Shishir saw him walk over and lowered her head again, pretending to read. On the other hand, Yi Dingdang looked at him with interest and laughed. Whose masterpiece is this? Tang Zheng rolled his eyes and said, I hit myself. The credibility of your words is too low. Don't tell me you were trying to take advantage of a beauty and got slapped. Yi Dingdang said with schadenfreude. A woman's intuition was truly terrifying. She actually guessed correctly. But no matter what, she would never have guessed that this beauty was their teacher in charge, Lu Qingmei. This was because this was too heaven-defying. Tang Zheng snorted and simply ignored her. That's why it's not easy to be a pervert. If you're not good at learning, don't come out and embarrass yourself. Yi Dingdang continued to talk to herself. No one will think you're mute if you don't talk. Yo, you're probably the first person to still be so bold after doing something bad. Yi Dingdang wasn't afraid of him and continued to tease him. Tang Zheng was speechless. He looked at Fang Shishir nervously, afraid that she would deepen the conflict and misunderstanding because of this matter. Although he and Fang Shishir had a conflict yesterday, he was a man after all. He was ready to take the initiative to reconcile and resolve the conflict. Therefore, he secretly wrote a note and handed it to Fang Shishir to seek reconciliation. But this note was like a stone sinking into the sea. Fang Shishir didn't pay any attention to it, nor did she reply to his note. Instead, she focused on reading. Tang Zheng wanted to talk to her, but the teacher walked into class. He had no choice but to prepare to have a good talk with her after school. But during class he didn't stay idle. While he listened to the class, he also used his qi to clear the meridians on his face and dissolve the blood clots. Relying on his vigorous qi, the handprint on his face disappeared in just one class as if it had never appeared. Yi Dingdang discovered this scene and opened her eyes wide in shock. Dispelling the blood clot, she was also able to do it, but she was clearly not as fast as him. She unwillingly touched his arm and curiously asked, Just what is your current cultivation level? She found it hard to understand. His cultivation level was clearly lower than hers, but he was able to do many things that she couldn't do. It's equivalent to a 4th-grade refining body. Tang Zheng replied, how did you catch up to me so quickly? Yi Dingdang had always comforted herself with the fact that her cultivation level was higher than Tang Zheng's. But in just a few days he broke through another realm. Tang Zheng laughed and said, It's because I'm a genius. Yi Dingdang rolled her eyes at him. She stared at him with her sparkling eyes and expectantly said, Do you have a good method? Share it with me. Tang Zheng shook his head. This was all because of his 9-yang saint body. How could he have a good method? Stingy. Yi Dingdang pouted. Little brat, I have a method to quickly increase this girl's cultivation. Tian Chanzi suddenly appeared. What method? Tang Zheng was very curious. This girl's cultivation method is not suitable for her. She has a purine body, so she needs a soft-yin cultivation method. Only then will she be able to display the full potential of her body. Tang Zheng carefully pondered and found that it was indeed so. His 9-yang saint body was also compatible with the ancient clear heaven scroll. allowing him to achieve twice the result with half the effort. I have a cultivation method here called the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. This is not a cultivation method, but a martial cultivation method. It was created specifically for women. Jade Maiden Heart Sutra? Is it very powerful? Hey, you'll know once you try it. She has also learned martial arts before, so it shouldn't be a problem for her to learn this, right? Of course it shouldn't be a problem. Do you think that every cultivation method is as abnormal as the ancient Clear Heaven scroll, and requires the practitioner to be a blank piece of paper? If that was the case, then there wouldn't be so many people fighting over cultivation methods in the cultivation world. Tian Chanzi snorted as he despised Tang Zheng's ignorance. Tang Zheng did not mind as he quickly copied down the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra according to Tian Chanzi's instructions. What are you writing? You look like you're writing at a great speed. Yi Dingdang saw that he did not say a word and could not help but ask curiously. Didn't you want a shortcut? I'll give you a cultivation method so you can figure it out yourself. Tang Zheng casually said. Cultivation method? Yi Dingdang's eyes widened. As a martial artist, she was very clear on the importance of cultivation methods. No matter how good a person's talent was, without a powerful cultivation method, it was futile. Most people only had one set of cultivation methods, because no one would be so kind as to share their cultivation method with you. But Tang Zheng actually said that he would give her a cultivation method, and it was even a shortcut to cultivation. How could she not be shocked? Looking at Tang Zheng's serious appearance as he wrote at a great speed, she felt that he did not seem to be lying. It was easy to imagine how shocked she was. Tang Zheng put down his pen and handed over a cultivation method with over 1,000 words to her and said, Here, this is the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. It should be of help to your cultivation. Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Yi Dingdang blankly took it. Her eyes swept over it, and she was instantly attracted to it. Even though she was not an expert, she was still a martial artist. She had a certain level of discernment. The Jade Maiden Heart Sutra was clearly not something that could be found on the street. Even though there were many parts that she did not understand, she could tell that it was very profound. She unconsciously raised her head and stared straight at Tang Zheng, as if she was looking at a monster. She took a deep breath and asked, How did you get this? Hey, it's a secret. Tang Zheng obviously could not tell her that there was a 1,000-year-old man living in his head. Yi Dingdang unconsciously wanted to roll her eyes at him and pretend to be mysterious. But because of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, she restrained her temper. She still felt as if she was in a dream and said, You're just going to give me such an important thing? Tang Zheng scratched his head and said, What else do you want? Tian Chanzi really wanted to smash his head flat and said, Can't you make a request? For example, a kiss on the mouth. That way you can absorb a bit of purine energy. Tian Chanzi, you really are despicable. Tang Zheng said with disdain. He did not want to take advantage of others. Moreover, last night's matter already gave him a big headache. He did not want to cause any more trouble. Tian Chanzi snorted a few times and did not continue to force the issue. But in his heart he was overjoyed. Little brat, you're a blockhead. Then this old man will help you. This Jade Maiden Heart Sutra can indeed increase the speed of cultivation. But the deeper you go, the more secrets will be revealed. When the time comes, you'll know. This can be considered a free gift from this old man to you. Tang Zheng did not know what Tian Chanzi was thinking. He only felt uncomfortable under Yi Dingdang's complicated gaze. Yi Dingdang's gaze was very strange. There were too many things that he did not understand. In fact, Yi Dingdang's thoughts were also very complicated. This cultivation technique was undoubtedly a priceless treasure, but Tang Zheng just casually gave it to her. Could it be that he was interested in her? Her heart was moved. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this possibility was very high. She could not help but recall the bits and pieces between the two of them. Although there were many bumps and conflicts, the two of them had more and more contact. Moreover, their relationship was getting better and better. It seemed that there really was a possibility that they could develop into a couple. Thinking of this, her heart palpitated. Yi Dingdang returned home in a daze. Her hand was still holding that piece of paper. Every word was deeply imprinted in her mind. But when she looked at those words, it was as if she was looking at Tang Zheng. She shook her head vigorously and muttered to herself, "Yi Dingdang, what's wrong with you? Why are you thinking about this nonsense? But didn't you already say that you want to be his girlfriend? Why don't you just go with the flow and follow him?" Another voice refuted. "Ah!" She screamed and shook her head vigorously to chase away the voices in her mind. Feng Xinyang parked the car and just happened to walk in. Seeing her like this, she curiously asked, "Dingdang, you've been so distracted the whole way. What are you doing? What exactly is written on that paper that makes you so fascinated? Here, take a look for yourself." Yi Dingdang directly handed the paper to her. Feng Xinyang took the paper and glanced at it. Then it was as if she was frozen in time. Her eyes were completely locked onto the lines of delicate and pretty handwriting. Yi Dingdang crossed her arms and proudly looked at the shocked Feng Xinyang. She rarely saw Feng Xinyang like this. After a while, Feng Xinyang suddenly raised her head. Her eyes widened as she asked, "Dingdang, where did you get this? Why don't you guess?" Yi Dingdang pretended to be mysterious as she said, "Guess my ass. Hurry up and tell me, who gave you this set of martial arts?" Feng Xinyang's face was unprecedentedly serious. There was also an uncontrollable excitement mixed in. "Why don't you first tell me what this set of martial arts is like?" Yi Dingdang was not in a hurry to reveal the mystery as she calmly asked. Chapter 90. Feng Xinyang directly handed the Jade Women's Heart Sutra to her husband. Yi Tianlei was someone who knew what was good for him, so he suspiciously took the piece of paper. But after looking at it, he could not take his eyes off of it. He felt as if this light piece of paper was extremely heavy and his breathing could not help but become hurried. Where did this come from? Yi Tianlei anxiously asked. Feng Xinyang shrugged her shoulders and helplessly pointed at Yi Dingdang and said, "Ask your daughter." Yi Tianlei's gaze fell on Yi Dingdang. Yi Dingdang was very satisfied with her parents' reaction. It seems like the Jade Women's Heart Sutra was even more powerful than she had thought. "Dingdang, where did this come from?" Yi Dingdang did not continue to speak in riddles. She only looked at Yi Xuanji and said, "Tangzheng gave it to me." "What Tangzheng?" Yi Tianlei and his wife both simultaneously trembled. Their voices suddenly rose a few decibels as they found it hard to believe. Even though Tangzheng had already brought them many miracles, they did not look down on him in the slightest. But this technique still surpassed their understanding of Tangzheng. The husband and wife both looked at each other and thought that their understanding of Tangzheng was still too shallow. Yi Dingdang solemnly nodded her head. "He said that this Jade Women's Heart Sutra is very suitable for me to cultivate, and that my progress will be very fast." The husband and wife both nodded their heads. Of course they could see the extraordinariness of this technique. It was as if this technique was tailor-made for women. Moreover, it was even more mysterious than other female techniques. Feng Xinyang could not help but admit that the Jade Women's Heart Sutra was much more profound than the technique she was currently cultivating. Yi Xuanji did not say a word as he looked at the three people. After hearing Tangzheng's name, he could not help but knit his brows. He snorted and said, "That brat? You guys think too highly of him." As he spoke, he reached out and snatched the Jade Women's Heart Sutra. He looked at it with ridicule. It was clear that he thought the three of them were making a mountain out of a molehill. "Father." Yi Tianlei wanted to argue, but he saw that Yi Xuanji's eyes were fixed on the Jade Heart Sutra. His face became serious, and his pupils seemed to be glowing. He did not move at all, as if he had been immobilized. Even his breathing had become hurried. The other three didn't dare to disturb him. Only Yi Dingdang crossed her arms to vent her anger. She really liked to see Yi Xuanji like this. Didn't he always boast about how great he was? So he was actually like this. Moreover, he was shocked by Tangzheng's things. She wanted him to know how extraordinary Tangzheng was. The room was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The three of them held their breaths, and only Yi Xuanji's slightly rapid breathing was particularly eye-catching. After a while, Yi Xuanji finally raised his head. He stared straight at Yi Dingdang and asked, "Tell me the truth, where did this come from?" He did not believe that it came from Tang Zheng's hands. Yi Dingdong's face suddenly changed. She unhappily said, I already said that Tang Zheng gave it to me. It's up to you to believe it or not. Yi Tianlei immediately glared at his daughter and said, Ding Dang, how can you talk to your grandfather like that? Yi Dingdang rolled her eyes and said, Hung, I already said it. He just didn't believe it. Yi Xuanji really did not believe it. He was already a 9th grade post-celestial stage expert. He was a true martial arts expert. His ability to appreciate things was much higher than Yi Tianlei and the others. There were simply too many mysteries in this cultivation technique. It strongly impacted his strong nerves, making him unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. He was more farsighted than others and thought more than others. With such a female cultivation method, then in the future, the female members of the family would be able to cultivate and rapidly increase their cultivation. This was too beneficial to the Yi clan. The Ye family's strength would increase by another level because of the Jade Women's Heart Sutra. Yi Xuanji did not pay attention to Yi Dingdong's attitude. Instead, he picked up the Jade Women's Heart Sutra as if he had found a treasure and said, I will take it back and carefully study the mysteries within. When Yi Dingdang heard this, she immediately jumped up and shouted, This is mine. How can I give it to you? Give it back. She reached out with her jade hands to take back the Jade Women's Heart Sutra, but Yi Xuanji easily dodged it. Yi Dingdang was not willing to give up. She rushed forward again without any fear. Yi Tianlei jumped up in fright. Yi Xuanji was the most respectful. No one in the Ye family dared to make a move against him. Yi Dingdang became the first. Dingdang, don't be rude. Yi Tianlei quickly stopped his daughter. Yi Dingdang was indignant and roared. The Jade Women's Heart Sutra was given to me by Tang Zheng. What right does he have to take it away? Yi Tianlei awkwardly advised. The old man is the head of the family. We have to listen to his arrangements. If you want to listen to his arrangements, that's your problem. Anyways, I don't want to listen. Give the Jade Women's Heart Sutra back to me. Yi Dingdong's face was red. She directly stretched out her jade hands in front of Yi Xuanji, as if she was asking for a debt. Yi Xuanji's expression did not change. He solemnly asked, Dingdang, tell me the truth. Who gave this to you? Don't say it's that little brat. I don't believe that he has such a powerful martial technique. Don't think that I'm old and blind. I know the value of this martial technique better than you. Yi Dingdang coldly snorted and ignored him. Since you don't believe me, then I won't waste my breath. Yi Tianlei awkwardly explained. Father, Dingdang will not lie. She said that Tang Zheng gave it to her. So it must be true. Feng Xinyang also nodded in agreement. I believe that it was the little handsome brother who gave it to her. But in her heart, she was overjoyed. Her discerning eyes were not wrong. This little handsome brother really gave her too many surprises. Yi Xuanji's eyes flashed. Although he was very unwilling to believe it, but the other side made a solemn vow. He had no choice but to believe it. However, this completely exceeded his expectations. Is this little brat really that extraordinary? Yi Xuanji muttered to himself. It was as if he was asking the other side, but also as if he was asking himself. Feng Xinyang's heart was moved. She felt that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to recommend Tang Zheng. She hurriedly said, Old man, Tang Zheng has already created so many miracles. That's why I am not surprised. But why did he give this martial technique to Dingdang? You must know that if this martial technique were to spread, it would attract many people to fight with their lives. Yi Xuanji muttered. Didn't I say it before? The little handsome brother is Dingdong's fiancé. Giving it to her is only natural. Feng Xinyang said. When Yi Dingdang heard the word fiancé, her heart was moved. Could it be that he really gave it to me because of this? From the reaction of her family's elders, she already understood that she had underestimated the value of the Jade Women's Heart Sutra. This was truly a priceless treasure. But he gave it to her so easily. Yi Xuanji muttered to himself. His eyes were deep and no one knew what he was thinking. Yi Dingdong's eyes were fixed on the Jade Women's Heart Sutra. Since it was a priceless treasure, then it could not be given to anyone else. Give it back to me. She broke the silence again. Yi Tianlei hurriedly used his eyes to stop his daughter. Yi Dingdang did not seem to notice. Feng Xinyang did not stop her either. Instead, her lips curled into a smile. She would not stop her daughter. This was her daughter's thing. Why should she give it to someone else? It has to be known that this pair of mother and daughter did not have much affection for the Ye family in the capital. They probably had more resentment than good feelings. Yi Xuanji stared at this granddaughter of his that he was not familiar with. He realized that he did not understand her at all. From the beginning, she did not respect him like other people did. Dingdang, the Jade Women's Heart Sutra is very important to the Ye family. Can you give it to me for safekeeping? Yi Xuanji asked. No. The Jade Women's Heart Sutra is such a precious thing. Tangjung only gave it to me. I cannot give it to anyone else. Yi Dingdang did not relent and refused. Feng Xinyang looked at her daughter with praise. This is Feng Xinyang's daughter. You have guts. Old man, you are the head of the family. If you really want to steal from me, then I am definitely not your opponent. However, if word of this spreads out in the future and others know that you steal from the younger generation, your reputation will be too resounding. Yi Dingdang suddenly had an idea and said. This was really a naked insult to him. But Yi Dingdang did not care. For the Jade Women's Heart Sutra, she did not care about offending the old man. Sure enough, Yi Xuanji's expression changed and he coldly said, Are you threatening me? Yi Dingdang shrugged and said, It can't be considered a threat. I am just speaking the truth. This kind of big shot cared a lot about his face. If this matter were to spread, then it would definitely be criticized. It would damage the Ye family's reputation. To even steal from his own granddaughter. Isn't the head of the family a little too low? Suddenly, Yi Xuanji's expression changed and he laughed wildly. Haha, why would I steal from you? Take it. As he spoke, he casually threw it. The light paper flew towards Yi Dingdang like a sharp blade. Yi Dingdang did not have any stage fright. She reached out and grabbed it. However, she felt a sharp pain in her palm, but she endured it. It was clear that her words had challenged Yi Xuanji's dignity. As the head of the family, this could be considered a small lesson for her. Yi Dingdang ignored the pain and let out a sigh of relief. As long as the Jade Women's Heart Sutra did not fall into the other party's hands, this little bit of grievance was nothing. At the same time, her heart was filled with anticipation. She must immediately cultivate the Jade Women's Heart Sutra and increase her strength. Yi Dingdang said a word and flew back to her room. Yi Tianlei looked at his daughter's back and said, Old man, Dingdang is still young and doesn't know any better. Yi Xuanji waved his hand and said, Investigate Tangjung for me. Yi Tianlei's face turned ugly and said, Dad, I've already investigated him before, but I didn't find anything. Then where did this Jade Women's Heart Sutra come from? He has a master. This should have been passed down to him by that mysterious master. Feng Xinyang said first, bringing out the mysterious master behind Tangjung. Master? Before, Yi Xuanji did not realize how extraordinary Tangjung was. Apart from the flying celestial sword technique, and the fact that he hid his cultivation, he was no different from a normal person. But this time, the Jade Women's Heart Sutra really shocked him. Then investigate his master. I want to see just what kind of person he is. Yi Tianlei shook his head and said, Dad, there is no trace. Moreover, the Ye family is indebted to Tangjung. This time, he even passed down the Jade Women's Heart Sutra to Dingdang. We should be grateful to him. How can we investigate him? It seems like your injury really was healed by him. Yi Xuanji muttered to himself and said seriously. This time he really began to take Tangjung seriously. Chapter 91. Yi Xuanji finally began to take Tangjung's strength seriously. Yi Tianlei, seeing this, quickly suggested for Tangjung to treat his injuries. Yi Xuanji hesitated. He originally came to ordinary balance with hopes of being treated, but after searching the entire city, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. There was not a single trace of the legendary godly doctor. Even the king of medicine personally went to every hospital and pharmacy to search, but still found nothing. Although only a day had passed, the beginning was not ideal. That was why he and Yi Tianlei returned with a face full of disappointment. Now that Tang Zheng had shown signs of hope, Yi Xuanji was truly moved. It was not that he was not afraid of death, but the more powerful a person was, the more they would cherish their life. However, the last time he met with Tang Zheng was too embarrassing. Now that he had to beg him, Yi Xuanji felt that it was too shameful. Yi Tianlei clearly saw his father's hesitation and said, "The king of medicine is a divine doctor, and Tang Zheng is also not ordinary. Why don't we arrange for them to meet and let the king of medicine test Tang Zheng's true abilities? If Tang Zheng really has a way, then it won't be too late to ask him for treatment. Father, what do you think of my suggestion?" Yi Xuanji was overjoyed, but he did not show it. This way he would not let go of this opportunity. If Tang Zheng really did have the ability, then he would think of a way to ask him for treatment. If Tang Zheng was not capable, then there was no need for him to ask for treatment. "Okay, you go arrange this." Yi Xuanji finally agreed. Tang Zheng did not know that the Jade Women's Heart Sutra had caused so much trouble. He was currently with Feng Shishir, trying to resolve the conflict between the two. Feng Shishir did not immediately leave. Instead, she lowered her head and did not say a word. "Shishir, this time it was all a misunderstanding, so don't be angry anymore, okay?" Tang Zheng said in a soft voice. "You and Yi Dingdang must be hiding something from me." Feng Shishir finally spoke. "This is all her nonsense. Last time, I also told you that I was helping her, so I lied to the public that I was her fiancé." Tang Zheng tried his best to explain. "Well, maybe she already likes you, and this is just an excuse," she said bitterly. "This?" Tang Zheng was speechless. After a while he said, "That's her business. Anyway, I don't have the intention." "Then what about the handprint on your face this morning?" "This?" Tang Zheng hesitated. She had promised Lu Qingmei that she wouldn't tell a third party, so of course she couldn't say it, so she said, Sure, in short, this matter is definitely not what you think it is, but as for what exactly happened, I promised others that I wouldn't tell them." Feng Shishir finally raised her head. She looked at him with tears in her eyes and said, "If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Don't ever tell me in the future. I don't want to know anything about you." Feng Shishir finally exploded. The emotions that she had been accumulating for 2 days erupted like a volcano at this moment. Tang Zheng was stunned. He didn't expect her to be so angry. The two of them were both novices in the field of love. They were ignorant of how to handle the relationship between each other. The crisis finally appeared. Shishir. Tang Zheng was at a loss for words. Feng Shishir was very sad. So he had hidden so much. What was she? What girlfriend? She was nothing. 2 streams of tears flowed out. She turned around and ran. Tang Zheng stared at her back, not knowing whether or not he should chase after her. Suddenly, a mud truck quickly drove over. Feng Shishir obviously didn't see it. The driver also didn't expect a person to rush out from the side of the road. The truck and the person were about to collide. Shishir, be careful. Tang Zheng was so scared that his 3 souls almost left his body. His figure flashed and he rushed forward without a care for his own safety. Feng Shishir heard the shout and subconsciously turned her head to look. She just happened to see the mud truck rushing straight at her. Immediately, she was scared stiff. Her face was ashen and her legs felt like they were filled with lead. She couldn't move. "I'm going to die." This thought appeared in her mind. Immediately, she regretted it. Why did she have to fight with Tang Zheng? She liked him, so she should have trusted him. In the face of death, all conflicts were insignificant. She really wanted to say sorry to Tang Zheng, but it was already too late. Everything would come to an end at this moment. Suddenly, she felt a flash in front of her. She was tightly hugged by a person. This embrace was very warm and gave her a sense of security. No matter how big the storm was, it wouldn't be able to hurt her. Moreover, that familiar face was right in front of her. She subconsciously wanted to open her mouth, but she heard a muffled bang. She was sent flying. That face revealed a pained expression, but that pair of hands still held her tightly. She only felt a tremor pass through her. "Tang Zheng." She finally called out. Following the sound of the two people landing on the ground, Tang Zheng spat out a mouthful of blood which landed on her chest. It's good that you're okay, Tang Zheng said with difficulty as his head tilted and he closed his eyes. Tang Zheng, don't scare me. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Feng Shishir turned pale with fright. Tears flowed down her face as she shouted. Wake up. I'm not angry anymore. I won't be angry anymore. Please forgive me. Open your eyes and take a look. But Tang Zheng still did not have any reaction. When the truck driver saw this scene, he was scared out of his wits. Seeing that there were already many people rushing over, he stepped on the accelerator and fled. Quickly call an ambulance. Feng Shishir cried bitterly as she screamed at the top of her lungs. Tang Zheng was sent into the operating room. Feng Shishir anxiously waited outside. She did not care about the dust on her face and the blood on her chest. She could only silently pray. Tang Zheng, nothing must happen to you. Otherwise, I will never forgive myself. You must quickly get better. In the future, I will be obedient. We will be good and love each other. Shishir. Suddenly, Shi Mengqin rushed over from the end of the corridor. Her face was filled with anxiety. Feng Chongguo followed behind her. He could not hide his concern. Mom. Feng Shishir saw her parents and threw herself into her mother's embrace. She began to cry. Shi Mengqin hurriedly turned her back and asked with concern. Shishir, you were hit by a car. Are you injured anywhere? There is blood on your clothes. Hurry, doctor, come quickly. Hurry and treat my daughter. Mom, I'm fine. This is not my blood. If it's not your blood, then whose? When I heard that you were in a car accident, I immediately rushed over with your father. Just what is going on? Shi Mengqin was like a machine gun as she chattered on. Feng Chongguo was a bit more calm as he asked. Shishir, don't cry. Tell me what is going on. I was not careful and was almost hit by a car. It was Tang Zheng who saved me. This blood is his. Feng Shishir said with heartache. Tang Zheng? Feng Chongguo was shocked. Shi Mengqin did not care about Tang Zheng's life or death. Instead, she happily said. This means that you are fine? I am fine. But Tang Zheng is injured and is currently being treated. Feng Shishir said as her tears fell again. Be good, don't cry. As long as you are fine, then everything is fine. Shi Mengqin hurriedly wiped away her tears. I really thank the heavens. When we return, we will go to the temple to burn incense. Feng Shishir struggled out of her mother's embrace and angrily said, Mom, how can you be like this? It was Tang Zheng who saved me, not the heavens. It should have been me lying inside. My life was exchanged for by Tang Zheng. Shi Mengqin was stunned for a moment as she had never seen her daughter so angry. For a moment she did not know how to react. Feng Chongguo hurriedly interrupted. Your mother is also worried about you. Then how is Tang Zheng now? Feng Shishir sadly shook her head and said. I also do not know. The doctor is currently treating him. Shishir, relax. Heaven helps the worthy. The doctor will definitely treat him. Feng Chongguo comforted. Shi Mengqin curled her lips and viciously thought. It would be best if he died. That way he would not bother our family's baby. Shishir, you should go back and rest. We will inform his family to come and keep watch. Feng Chongguo suggested. Family. Feng Shishir's eyes lit up. No, we can't inform his family. No, I have to go to his house. Otherwise his grandfather will definitely be worried if he doesn't come home. Saying this, she stood up and ran out. Shishir, where are you going? The husband and wife asked in fright. You guys stay here and keep watch. If there is any news, inform me. I have to go to his house to appease his grandfather. Feng Shishir finished speaking and ran down the stairs, disappearing into the night. She had only been to Tang Zheng's house once, but she remembered the way. She called a taxi and rushed over. On the way she casually bought a set of clothes and changed out of the bloody clothes on her body. She tidied up her face so that she would not look so sad as she thought about what to say later. The taxi arrived in front of the small square house in a moment. The dim yellow light shone out as she walked over and knocked on the door. Grandfather, are you home? Feng Shishir tried her best to make her voice sound normal. Who is it? Tang Dehai walked out and Feng Shishi's eyes flashed with a strange light. Tang Dehai seemed to have become 10 years younger, making her almost unable to recognize him. But she still steadied her heart and forced out a smile saying, "Grandfather, it's me. You seem to be much better. So it's little Zheng's girlfriend. Why are you here? Is something the matter?" Tang Dehai gently smiled and asked. The word girlfriend made Feng Shishi almost cry. So his closest grandfather also knew about their matters. From this point, it could be seen how serious he was towards her, but she actually doubted him. She felt that she deserved to die 10,000 deaths. "It's me, grandfather. Our class is going to have an activity today, so he won't be able to come back tonight. That's why he wanted me to inform you. This child, if he can't come back then just give me a call. There's no need for you to make a trip." His phone ran out of battery. "Anyway, I'm free, so I came here to see you, Grandpa. Child, you are considerate. Come in and sit for a while." Tang Dehai warmly greeted. Feng Shishi shook her head and said, "I still have to rush back. Next time I'll come see grandfather. Please take care." Chapter 92. Yi Tianlei called Tang Zheng, but the other party's phone was turned off. He did not know that the car accident had caused Tang Zheng's old man to retire early. He could only tell Yi Dingdang to invite Tang Zheng home the next day. At this moment, Tang Zheng had already finished his surgery and was lying on the bed. The huge impact caused 2 of his ribs to break, and he was still unconscious. Feng Shishi sat by the hospital bed, holding his hand as she stared at him. "Shishi, it's too late. You still have school tomorrow, so let's go home first," Shi Mengqin advised. Feng Shishi firmly shook her head and said, "No, I want to accompany him and wait for him to wake up." How could he wake up so easily? Even the doctors cannot determine when he will wake up, so there is no point in you staying here. The high school exams are about to begin, so you have to focus on the high school exams, Shi Mengqin earnestly advised. Feng Shishi fiercely raised her head and resolutely said, "If he doesn't wake up then I won't take the high school exams." Shi Mengqin was shocked and shouted, "How can you do that? You can't not take the high school exams for him." Feng Chonghua also advised, "Shishi, listen to your mother. There is no point in you staying here with him. He will naturally wake up when he needs to." Feng Shishi stubbornly shook her head and said, "This is all my fault. If he doesn't wake up then I will accompany him for the rest of my life." Her large eyes were filled with a resolute expression. The Feng couple looked at each other. It seems like they underestimated their daughter's determination. Shi Mengqin fiercely glared at the unconscious Tang Zheng, hating him to the core. "You guys can go back." Feng Shishi waved her hand and ignored her parents as she focused on Tang Zheng. His calm face seemed to have an additional layer of luster that captivated her. Shi Mengqin wanted to speak, but was pulled back by her husband. He gave her a look and the two left the room. "What are you doing? Why don't you let me say it?" Shi Mengqin angrily asked. "Do you think she will listen to you at this time?" Instead, it backfired and pushed his daughter to the other party, Feng Chonghua analyzed. Shi Mengqin unwillingly said, "Then don't tell me you didn't hear what the doctor said?" It was still uncertain whether he would wake up in this situation. Was he going to let his daughter not go to school and stay by his side? Does that make sense? Let's not talk about it for now. After all, he saved Shishi. Shi Mengqin's eyes flashed as she said, "He saved Shishi? I don't think so. Shishi is too innocent. I think she has been deceived by him. What if this is a sad drama? He just wants to firmly hold on to Shishi, and then use our family to climb to the top in one step. How can I not understand this kind of person's thoughts?" Seeing that his wife was getting more and more ridiculous, Feng Chonghua hurriedly reprimanded her. But how could Shi Mengqin be willing to give up so easily? Her eyes lit up as if she had found a direction as she excitedly said, "Right, this matter must be investigated clearly. We must find that driver and see if he is colluding with this little brat to deliberately act. Chonghua, it's not like you don't know how sinister a person's heart is. This matter must be thoroughly investigated." Feng Chonghua's heart moved. He had been in the business world for so many years, so he understood the sinister human heart. Not to mention this kind of sad drama, he had seen even more outrageous things. Moreover, he only had one daughter, so this son-in-law candidate was the most important. Otherwise, his life's work would be ruined. Although he had already decided to send his daughter abroad after the high school exams, there was still a month to go. During this period of time, many things could happen. Looking at his daughter, it seemed that she was deeply in love. If all of this was really done by Tang Zheng, then he must be on guard and cut off his feelings. I will investigate. You stay in the hospital and take care of your daughter, Feng Chonghua solemnly said. Shi Mengqin was overjoyed and hurriedly nodded her head. Relax, I will keep an eye on this little brat. At the same time, in a nightclub, Boss Fan was sitting on a soft sofa as a woman with heavy makeup laid on his crotch. Suddenly, Boss Fan straightened his body and grabbed her head. He half closed his eyes and used all his strength to shake her a few times. He sucked in a breath of cold air, and then comfortably leaned back on the sofa. He lightly glanced at the little brother at the door and said, Speak, what is it that you want to disturb this daddy's good mood? The woman tidied herself up, and half of her body was hanging on his body. The little brother enviously looked at the woman and swallowed his saliva and said, Boss, you told me to keep an eye on that little brat. Today he finally made a move. Oh, what's going on? Fan Feifei sat up straight, his expression becoming serious. Ever since the last time he suffered at the hands of Tang Zheng, not only did he lose his gun, he also lost face. He sent people to keep an eye on Tang Zheng, and wanted to find something to use against him so that he could take revenge. Although Huang Xiang had already promised to take care of Tang Zheng, who knows how long it would take for him to break through to the pre-celestial realm. Therefore, Boss Fan wanted to see if he had a way to get rid of Tang Zheng. This little brat was hit by a car today and was seriously injured. He is now lying in the hospital? The little brother laughed and said with schadenfreude, Haha, the heavens are helping me. The heavens have opened their eyes. This little brat is too arrogant. Even the heavens don't like him, and want to take care of him. Boss Fan stared blankly for a moment, and then began to madly laugh. The little brother hurriedly nodded his head and said, Yes, he dared to go against you, boss. This is the same as seeking his own death. Then how is he now? Boss Fan asked again. He was sent to the hospital. I don't know what happened, but he was hit by a truck. Even if he didn't die, he would still lose a layer of skin. Hey, good. You send people to the hospital to check. I want to know if he died or not. If he didn't die, then I don't mind sending him on his way. Boss Fan clenched his fists and cracked them. Yi Dingdang sat in the car and her mouth unconsciously brimmed with a smile. Last night, she impatiently began to practice the Jade Women's Heart Sutra. Priceless treasures were truly extraordinary. In just one night she felt that her inner strength had increased by a lot, and there were faint signs of her breaking through to the 7th grade refining body. It must be known that she had been wandering around the 6th grade refining body for almost a year without any signs of breaking through. In just one night she had such a great harvest. Suddenly she liked the Jade Women's Heart Sutra even more. Of course, she also felt even more grateful towards Tang Zheng. No one knows a daughter better than her mother. Feng Xinyang said with gratification. Ding Dang, remember today's mission. You must invite Tang Zheng home and treat him better. Don't make a fuss, you're not like a girl at all. How am I not treating him well? Yi Dingdang retorted with a pout. You see, I just said one sentence and you talk back. How can this be? Although girls need personality, when you are together with Tang Zheng you still need to show a gentle side. After all, boys still like this. Feng Xinyang taught by example. Yi Dingdang's face turned red and said, Feng Xinyang, what are you talking about? Moreover, I don't see any gentleness in you. Didn't Dad still marry you? Yeah, damn girl. Do you think you can compare to me? I am called a natural beauty with 10,000 types of charm. That's why your dad obediently took the bait. You can't do the same. You didn't inherit my excellent genes, so you can only rely on hard work to catch Tang Zheng's heart. Feng Xinyang, your face is too thick, boasting shamelessly. I'm just speaking the truth. Before you didn't think that Tang Zheng was good, but now that you have more contact with him, you know how extraordinary he is. That's why my eyesight is better than yours. Obediently listen to me, and I'll guarantee that you'll be able to take him down. Yi Dingdong's heart moved, but she did not refute. It was as if Tang Zheng was getting closer and closer to the image of a peerless hero in her heart. But when she arrived at school and the bell rang, she did not see Tang Zheng. Immediately her face became ugly because Feng Shishir also did not come to class. These two people who had never skipped class disappeared together. This matter was too strange. Could it be that the two of them did something bad last night, so they can't get out of bed today? She heard some things about this and could not help but think in this direction. Gradually, her heart began to panic and there was a trace of sourness. How can he be like this? He's too much of a beast. No, I have to figure it out. She secretly dialed Tang Zheng's phone, but it was turned off. Immediately, she became angry. He actually dared to turn off his phone. He must be doing something bad. She had mixed feelings and could not even listen to the class. She blankly lay on the desk and sulked listlessly. The bell for the end of class rang and the teacher left. Lu Qingmei walked in. Her face was cold, colder than usual. Everyone suddenly realized what had happened and stopped talking at the same time. Sure enough, Lu Qingmei looked at everyone and said solemnly, "I am very sad to tell everyone a piece of bad news. Last night, a classmate in our class was hit by a car and is now lying in the hospital. So I solemnly remind everyone to pay attention to your safety. Your life is your own, and you must not take it lightly." Wow. Suddenly, everyone began to talk and turned their eyes to the two empty seats. Yi Dingdong's heart thumped. She suddenly had a strong ominous feeling. She looked at Lu Qingmei nervously and heard her continue. "Tang Zheng classmate was in a car accident last night. I will go to the hospital to visit him later. I hope everyone can recommend a representative to go with me." I'll go. I'll go. Two voices said at the same time. They were Yi Dingdang and Feng Yong. Both of them looked anxious. Lu Qingmei looked deeply at Yi Dingdang and nodded in agreement. "Okay, we'll go now." After the three of them left, the classroom was abuzz with discussion. There were too many things happening to Tang Zheng, one after another. The confession incident was not over yet, and now there was a car accident. It was as if he was constantly trying to attract everyone's attention. No one paid attention to Takashi. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. He really wanted to laugh out loud and silently pray that Tang Zheng would die. That way, no one would fight with him for Yi Dingdang. Chapter 93. He saw Feng Shishir bend down and kiss Tang Zheng on the lips. This scene that was not suitable for children was coincidentally seen by Lu Qingmei and the others. The three of them had different expressions, but they all maintained their silence. Feng Shishir clearly heard the sound of the door opening as she immediately raised her head and saw the three people. Her charming face immediately turned red. "Teacher Lu, why did you guys come?" She immediately stood up and greeted them. Lu Qingmei coughed to cover up the awkwardness between them and said, "Tang Zheng had an accident, so we came to take a look. How is he?" Feng Shishir's expression darkened as Tang Zheng still hadn't woken up. When she woke up while lying on the edge of the bed and saw his sleeping appearance, she couldn't help but kiss him, which was coincidentally seen by these three people. "He still hasn't woken up," Feng Shishir sadly said. "Boss, wake up. We came to see you." Feng Yong sat on the edge of the bed and shouted, but Tang Zheng didn't move. Yi Dingdong's heart was in turmoil as she never expected that the powerful Tang Zheng would be hit by a car. An indescribable feeling welled up in her heart, as she temporarily forgot about the ambiguous scene from before and immediately asked, "What exactly happened?" "He hit the car to save me. This is all my fault," Feng Shishir sadly said. "Tsk. Yi Dingdong's heart tightened as she was a bit jealous that he didn't care about his own life in order to save Feng Shishir. Boss is too brave. This is a true hero saving a beauty. Feng Yong was not stingy with his praise. Lu Qingmei's eyes flickered as this brat unexpectedly had this kind of courage and was worthy of praise. Her anger towards him from that night had slightly subsided. "What did the doctor say?" Lu Qingmei asked. "The doctor said that he has 2 broken ribs, but it's not a big deal. The main thing is that we don't know when he will wake up. Lu Qingmei patted Feng Shishi's shoulder and comforted her. Don't worry. Heaven helps the worthy. He will wake up. It's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Feng Shishi was still immersed in immense self-blame. What did you do wrong? Don't talk nonsense. This is his own business. Shi Mengqin suddenly walked in and loudly said. She also continuously gave her daughter a meaningful glance, but Feng Shishi acted as if she did not see it. You are? Lu Qingmei frowned and asked. I'm Shishi's mother. Hello, I'm her homeroom teacher Lu Qingmei. Lu Qingmei extended her hand. Shi Mengqin coldly snorted and did not pay attention to Lu Qingmei. She pulled Feng Shishi and said, Shishi, you can't speak nonsense. His injuries have nothing to do with you. No, this is my fault. She hugged me and I was lucky enough to escape. Feng Shishi stubbornly shook her head and refused to change her words. Shi Mengqin's eyebrows furrowed even tighter. She cautiously looked at Lu Qingmei and the other two and said, Since you guys are here, then take care of him. We're going home. Shishi, let's go. She pulled Feng Shishi and walked out the door. This night was simply torture for Shi Mengqin. She who lived like a princess had never suffered this kind of pain. She did not sleep a wink, and the smell of the disinfectant in the hospital was not good. It made her feel like she was about to collapse. Who would have thought that Feng Shishi would fling her hand away and sit on the edge of the bed? She grabbed Tang Zheng's hand and said, I already said that if he doesn't wake up, I won't leave. You can go back by yourself. After she finished speaking, she stared straight at Tang Zheng and did not pay attention to anyone else. Shi Mengqin fiercely stomped her feet but did not leave. She cautiously looked at the three people, afraid that her daughter would be dragged into this matter and take responsibility. Lu Qingmei looked at Shi Mengqin with disgust. Why was the difference between this mother and daughter so big? However, she did not care about other people's family matters. She only told Feng Shishi to take good care of Tang Zheng and to call her if she needed anything. If Tang Zheng woke up, then quickly contact her. Feng Shishi absent-mindedly agreed. As for Feng Yong and Yi Dingdang, they looked at Tang Zheng for a while before leaving. However, Yi Dingdang did not return to school and directly went home. Dingdang, eh? Why are you back so quickly? What's the matter? Feng Xinyang saw her daughter and was shocked. Yi Dingdang acted as if she did not hear anything and directly walked in front of Yi Xuanji and said, I want to find the King of Medicine Senior. Yi Xuanji curiously asked, Why are you looking for him? To save someone. The King of Medicine is very busy. He needs to go to the hospital to save someone. Yi Xuanji lightly said. Where is he? Yi Dingdang suddenly raised her voice and loudly asked. Yi Tianlei and Feng Xinyang were shocked as they had never seen her like this before. They quickly held on to Yi Dingdang, who was about to explode, and asked, Dingdang, who do you want to save? What happened? Tang Zheng was hit by a car and is currently lying in the hospital unconscious. What? Tang Zheng was hit by a car? Yi Tianlei almost jumped up from the sofa as his face instantly became serious. Feng Xinyang also could not hide her shock and quickly asked what happened. Yi Dingdang also did not clearly explain the situation, and only said that he was hit while trying to save Feng Shishi. Feng Xinyang's eyes lit up. Of course she remembered her daughter's rival in love. But right now she did not have time to care about this, so she quickly gave her husband a look. Yi Xuanji coldly laughed and jokingly said, Looks like this brat isn't much. He can't even protect himself, so why would I need him to treat me? I want to find the King of Medicine Senior. Hurry up and tell me where he is. Yi Dingdang ignored his mockery and stubbornly asked. The King of Medicine Senior is not an ordinary person. If he wants to save everyone, then wouldn't he be busy to death? Yi Xuanji refused. Yi Dingdang glared at him and immediately flipped out. Saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda. Don't you know that? Hurry up and tell me the address. I'll go find him. You don't have to do anything. Being yelled at by his own granddaughter, Yi Xuanji felt a bit embarrassed. He stood up and flung his sleeves. He's just a stinking brat. Why should the King of Medicine save him? His life is worthless. There is no difference between high and low in life. Don't think that you're the only one who is better than others. In the face of death, everyone is equal. Yi Dingdang loudly rebuked. Yi Xuanji's face became gloomy. Death was like a sword hanging over his head. Indeed, in the face of death, he was no different from an ordinary person. Although that was the truth, if he said it out loud, it would undoubtedly stab him in the heart. Equal. Humph, what a joke. A brat who is nothing, why should he be equal? In this world, if you want to be equal, then you can only speak with strength. Yi Xuanji lifted his leg and walked away. Yi Tianlei hurriedly advised, Dad, calm down. Dingdang was just too anxious and didn't mean it. However, Tang Zheng has done a great favor for our family. We can't just leave him to die. If we ask the King of Medicine to help, Tang Zheng will definitely be saved. The King of Medicine is still looking for that godly doctor. I'm warning you, don't disturb him. Come in with me. Yi Tianlei had no choice but to follow Yi Xuanji's order. Only Yi Dingdang's panting voice could be heard in the living room. Too much, too much. She fiercely stomped her foot. She really had the urge to rush up and beat Yi Xuanji up. Feng Xinyang secretly sighed. This was class. In the eyes of these top nobles, the lives of ordinary people were as thin as paper. However, Feng Xinyang had never flaunted herself as a person of that class. She disdainfully curled her lips and held her daughter's shoulder and said, What's the use of just sulking? Come with me. Don't think that he's the only one who knows the whereabouts of the King of Medicine. Feng Xinyang, you know? Yi Dingdang was overjoyed. Feng Xinyang proudly raised her head and said, How could I not know such a small thing? Come, let's go save the little handsome brother. Finished speaking, she pulled her daughter and drove away. A moment later, they knocked on the door of a house. Feng Xinyang, are you sure that the King of Medicine Senior is here? Of course. Feng Xinyang was full of confidence. Excuse me, who are you looking for? A middle-aged woman opened the door and asked. We're looking for the King of Medicine Senior. Yi Dingdang impatiently said loudly. A strange look flashed across the middle-aged woman's face as she said, Wait a moment. After retreating inside, she did not forget to close the door. After a while, a beautiful young woman walked out. Even Feng Xinyang could not help but feel a trace of surprise flash across her face. This young woman was naturally Mu Hongyan. Her every movement was full of charm. Who are the two of you? Why are you looking for the King of Medicine Senior? Mu Hongyan saw that the other party was not an ordinary person, and asked politely. Yi Dingdang was about to speak again but was stopped by Feng Xinyang. Feng Xinyang also saw that Mu Hongyan was not an ordinary person. Just her temperament alone was not something an ordinary person would have, so she politely explained the purpose of her visit. Unfortunately, the King of Medicine Senior has gone out. Then when will he be back? At night. If you don't mind, can we go in and wait? Mu Hongyan hesitated for a moment before nodding her head in agreement. Yi Dingdang anxiously looked for a doctor for Tang Zheng, but there was someone who wanted nothing more than for Tang Zheng to die. When Big Head Fan confirmed that Tang Zheng was seriously injured and unconscious, he really wanted to look up to the sky and laugh. When night fell, he disguised himself and came to the hospital alone. His purpose was revenge, to take Tang Zheng's life. Because he hated Tang Zheng too much, this time he did not let his subordinates take action. Instead, he personally took action. He wanted to personally reap Tang Zheng's life. He directly went to Tang Zheng's room. This was an independent room with only one patient, Tang Zheng. However, Feng Shishir was guarding him by his side. Shi Mengqin could not bear it any longer and returned home alone. Feng Shishir stayed in the hospital. F***CK, why is there another little girl? This little girl is really beautiful. Damn, this little brat's luck with women is not bad. The little girl that accompanied him last time was also of the highest quality. Big Head Fan licked his lips and said with envy. However, Big Head Fan was still afraid and did not directly rush in. Since it was an assassination, then they could not make a big commotion. They had to be quiet. He was waiting for Feng Shishir to leave. This waiting was a piece of news. Big Head Fan was about to impatiently rush in when Feng Shishir finally stood up. She intimately touched Tang Zheng's face, and then walked towards the bathroom. Chapter 94. Boss Fan condescendingly looked down at Tang Zheng. The gleaming dagger in his hand seemed to emit the aura of a death god. He gave a low, sinister laugh. Hi hey little brat, you also have a day like this. To go against this daddy, you should have died a long time ago. After taking care of you, this daddy will go take care of Lin Hu and send him to the underworld to accompany you. Boss Fan raised his dagger and fiercely stabbed towards Tang Zheng's chest. Suddenly the door opened. Feng Shishir walked in and cried out in shock. Who are you? What are you doing? Boss Fan was shocked and his dagger unconsciously stopped as he turned his head to look at Feng Shishir. Feng Shishir's gaze was immediately attracted to the dagger as a wave of cold air rose from the bottom of her heart. She was extremely afraid, but she did not run away. Instead, she pounced towards Boss Fan in an attempt to snatch the dagger. You are not allowed to harm Tang Zheng. Boss Fan was shocked as this little girl was not afraid of him. He began to laugh. Hi hey, since she delivered herself to his doorstep, he will take her away and have a good time. Feng Shishir did not have the strength to truss a chicken, and in front of Boss Fan, who was a third-grade refining body martial artist, she could not even withstand a single blow. Boss Fan easily grabbed her hand. Feng Shishir did not stop struggling as she instinctively wanted to scream out loud. Boss Fan's eyes and hands were quick as he covered her mouth, causing her to only let out a woo-woo sound. Hi hey little girl, you are quite fierce. In a bit, you will listen to me obediently. Boss Fan said with a pleased smile as he waved his arm, and the dagger flew towards Tang Zheng's chest. Feng Shishir turned pale with fright as she did not know where she got the strength from, but she bit down on the hand that covered her mouth. F***ck, this daddy will kill you. Boss Fan felt the pain as he instinctively cried out in fear. The dagger that was originally aimed at Tang Zheng turned and pierced towards Feng Shishir's chest. Pung. A muffled sound rang out as Boss Fan flew out and fiercely smashed into the wall as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Feng Shishir escaped danger and immediately cried out loudly. Murder! Save me! She then stood in front of Tang Zheng's bed, as if she was protecting the most important thing in her life. Boss Fan cut a sorry figure as he crawled up and looked at Feng Shishir in shock before looking all around him. There was no one else in the room, but Feng Shishir was not a martial artist, so how could she have shaken him away? That wave of energy just now was incomparably strong and his heart was about to be shattered. It could be seen that this was not a normal attack, but there was no one else. Of course, he did not know that this was the effect of Feng Shishir's spirit-controlling Jade Buddha. Luckily, he was a martial artist and was able to block most of the attack. If it was a normal person, they would have followed in Xiao Fei's footsteps and directly fainted. Damn it! He loudly cursed and wanted to rush up, but there was already the sound of hurried footsteps outside. It was clear that Feng Shishir's cry for help had already alerted the others. Boss Fan unwillingly looked at Tang Zheng as this little brat's life was really tough to not die like this. He glared at Feng Shishir with killing intent before turning around and running. Feng Shishir's fiercely beating heart finally calmed down. The result of releasing too much adrenaline was that once she relaxed, her entire body seemed to have lost all strength as she fell onto the bed, lying on top of Tang Zheng's body. Looking at Tang Zheng, who was just inches away from her, her lips finally curled into a smile. I won't let anyone hurt you. Pung. The door was once again pushed open, causing Feng Shishir to be frightened as she thought that the scoundrel had returned. However, it was clear that she was overthinking, as this time it was not the scoundrel, but Yi Dingdong's group. What happened? Yi Dingdong rushed up and anxiously asked. Feng Shishir forcefully stood up and said in shock. Just now there was a scoundrel who wanted to kill Tang Zheng. Scoundrel? Yi Dingdong's eyebrows immediately wrinkled. Just now we met a person at the elevator entrance. Could it be a scoundrel? Feng Xinyang reminded. Yi Dingdong's eyes lit up as she said. It must be him. That person is Boss Fan, a big brother of Changheng City's underworld. Tang Zheng has a grudge with him. Hung, to dare assassinate this handsome little brother, you must be tired of living. Feng Xinyang coldly snorted as her killing intent leaked out. Let's not talk anymore, let's first see how Tang Zheng is. Senior Medicine King, hurry up and take a look. Yi Dingdong hurriedly pulled the Medicine King to the bedside. But the Medicine King was not alone, as he was carrying a child in his arms. Nan Nan. Nanan's big round eyes stared in all four directions before her gaze finally landed on Tang Zheng's face. She immediately opened her little mouth as she subconsciously wanted to call out "Brother Godly Doctor." However, she suddenly remembered that this was a little secret between her and Tang Zheng, and immediately closed her little mouth. The others did not notice the little fellow's reaction, as they all focused their attention on the Medicine King. Feng Xinyang and her daughter waited for the Medicine King at Mu Hongyan's home before Yi Dingdang impatiently dragged him to the hospital in the middle of the night. The only difference was that they had an extra burden, Nan Nan. These past few days, Nan Nan had been with the Medicine King. Nan Nan liked this white-bearded grandpa, and the Medicine King also wanted to find out just how Nan Nan's illness was cured. So even when the Medicine King went out to find Tang Zheng, he always brought Nan Nan with him. "Brother, what's wrong?" Nan Nan anxiously asked. The Medicine King put her down and amiably smiled. "Nan Nan, don't worry, grandfather will cure him." He had long heard of Tang Zheng's injuries, so he directly stretched out his hand to feel Tang Zheng's pulse. 2 fingers pressed against Tang Zheng's pulse, and with a thought, a thread of qi entered Tang Zheng's body through his skin. Suddenly, the Pill King felt a wave of blazing energy forcefully repelling his inner energy, causing him to be shocked. This wave of energy was extremely vigorous. However, he was not frightened by it and instead became curious. He once again felt Tang Zheng's pulse, wanting to find out what was wrong. Pung! A muffled sound rang out, and the Medicine King was actually forced back a step. His face became especially serious. Everyone else was shocked. "Senior Medicine King, what's wrong?" The Medicine King waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. He just stared unwaveringly at Tang Zheng, sometimes shaking his head, sometimes nodding his head, causing the others to be confused, but no one made a sound. Even though Feng Shishir did not know who this old man was, since he was a doctor invited by Yi Dingdang, then he was definitely not an ordinary person. She also looked at him with a face full of expectation. After a while, the Medicine King faintly sighed and muttered to himself, "I have never encountered this kind of situation before. It really is strange, very strange." One must know that the Medicine King was a 9th-grade natal martial artist. Even though he could not be considered very strong, after practicing medicine for so many years, he had never encountered a situation where even his qi was rejected. He had inherited the ancient Huatuo's medical skills and practiced the 5 animal frolics. This type of qi flowed continuously and did not clash with other people's qi. This made it very beneficial for him to practice medicine and investigate the patient's condition. But this time it was clearly different. His qi was unable to enter Tang Zheng's body as the tyrannical energy within Tang Zheng's body completely rejected him. When the others saw him shake his head and say that it was strange, their hearts tightened as they knew that the situation was not as simple as they thought. They hurriedly asked, "Senior Medicine King, can he be saved?" "Saved?" The Medicine King's eyes widened. His body's functions are very good, but his unconscious state is very strange. The key is how to wake him up. "Senior, you must wake him up. I beg you." Feng Shishir grabbed the Medicine King's hand and begged. The Medicine King nodded his head and said, "Miss, don't worry, I will do my best." It was unknown when Nan Nan had grabbed Tang Zheng's hand. Her small hand tightly grasped his large hand and her face was also anxious. She lifted her head to look at the Medicine King and said in a childish voice, "Grandpa Medicine King, you must save my brother. He is a good person." The Medicine King smiled and said, "How does Nan Nan know that he is a good person?" "Of course Nan Nan knows. Anyways, Grandpa Medicine King must cure my brother. Otherwise Nan Nan will ignore you," Nan Nan seriously said. "Nan Nan really has a heart." Yi Dingdang patted her head. In a short period of time, Yi Dingdang was also conquered by Nan Nan's cute appearance. "Thank you, little miss," Feng Shishir gratefully said. Nan Nan sweetly smiled. Her gaze once again landed on Tang Zheng's body. Her face was full of worry. "You guys go back first. I will stay here tonight to look after him and think of a way to cure him," the Medicine King said. "No, I want to accompany him. I want to wait until he wakes up so he can see me first, Feng Shishir persistently said. The Medicine King looked at her and said, Little miss, your breathing is erratic. You must have stayed up all night. Hurry and go back to sleep, otherwise you will also collapse. If you collapse, then who will take care of him? Moreover, he won't wake up anytime soon, so there is no point in you staying here. But Feng Shishir still wanted to persist, but Yi Dingdang stopped her and advised, You go back, I will take care of him. Feng Shishir, hearing this, wanted to persist even more. How could she let Tang Zheng and Yi Dingdang stay together? But before she could refute, she saw the Medicine King wave his hand, telling everyone to go back. The others had no choice, as they did not dare disobey the Medicine King's words. There are people who want to harm him, so be careful. Feng Shishir reluctantly agreed, not forgetting to remind them. The Medicine King gave a confident smile. Daring to come here to commit murder is the same as walking right into a trap. A 9th-grade natal martial artist could be considered quite skilled, and there were not many people in Chongheng City that could pose a threat to him. Feng Xinyang was clearly more experienced than the others and knew that the Medicine King did not want outsiders to disturb him during his treatment. So she directly pulled the others out of the hospital, and Nan Nan was also sent home by her. The room quietened down as the Medicine King stared at Tang Zheng, as if he wanted to see through him. After a moment, he took a deep breath and said, His yang qi is so heavy that it is rarely seen in this world. Even though I do not know what martial arts he cultivates, but since your yang qi is so heavy that it repels other external forces, then I will have to use yin qi to achieve a balance between yin and yang. It seems that I can only use the extreme yin god needle today. Just as he finished speaking, 9 silver needles appeared in his hands, each 3 cun and 3 fen long. Under the light of the lamp, they shone with a cold light. His hands were like lightning as one of the needles pierced into Tang Zheng's chest. His needles were extremely fast, unlike a normal Chinese doctor who would slowly insert needles. In the time it took for a breath, the needles had pierced into Tang Zheng's skin. Just from this alone, it could be seen that his medical skills were out of the ordinary. He inserted needles one after another, and after 10 seconds, Tang Zheng's acupuncture points were filled with 9 needles. He finally let out a breath and revealed a satisfied smile. Suddenly his smile froze. Chapter 95. Big Head Fan looked down at Tang Zheng. The gleaming dagger seemed to emit the aura of death under the light. He sinisterly laughed in a low voice. Hi hey little brat, to think that you would have such a day. You should have died a long time ago to go against me. After I take care of you, I will take care of Lin Hu and send him to hell to accompany you. Big Head Fan raised the dagger and ruthlessly stabbed it towards Tang Zheng's chest. Suddenly, the door opened. Feng Shishir walked in and cried out in alarm. Who are you? What are you doing? Big Head Fan was frightened. The dagger unconsciously stopped, and he turned his head to look at Feng Shishir. Feng Shishir's gaze was immediately attracted by the dagger. A cold air rose from the bottom of her heart. She was extremely scared, but she did not run away. Instead, she pounced towards Big Head Fan, attempting to seize the dagger. You are not allowed to harm Tang Zheng. Big Head Fan was shocked. This little girl was unexpectedly not afraid of him. He laughed mischievously. Since she delivered herself to his doorstep, he would take her away and have some fun. Feng Shishir did not have the strength to truss a chicken. In front of Big Head Fan, a 3rd-grade body refining martial artist, she was unable to withstand a single blow. So Big Head Fan easily grabbed her hand. Feng Shishir did not stop struggling, instinctively wanting to scream. But Big Head Fan's eyes were quick. He covered her mouth, making her only able to make muffled sounds. Hi hey little girl, you are quite fierce. In a while you will obediently listen to me. Big Head Fan proudly laughed, waving his arm. The dagger went straight for Tang Zheng's chest. Feng Shishir turned pale with fright. She did not know where she got the strength, but she bit the hand that was covering her mouth. Ah, fuck, I will kill you. Big Head Fan felt pain, instinctively turning pale with fright as he screamed. The dagger that was originally going to stab Tang Zheng turned and stabbed towards Feng Shishir's chest. Pum. With a muffled sound, Big Head Fan flew out, fiercely slamming into the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Feng Shishir escaped danger and immediately shouted, "Murder, save me!" Then she tightly guarded Tang Zheng's bed, as if she was protecting the most important thing in her life. Fan De Tu crawled up in a battered and exhausted state. He looked at Feng Shishir in shock, then looked around. There was no fourth person in the room, but Feng Shishir was not a martial artist, so how could she have shaken him off? Just now, that burst of power was incomparably strong, and his heart was about to shatter. It was clear that this was not an ordinary counterattack, but there was no one else. Of course, he did not know that this was the effect of Feng Shishir's Jade Buddha Spirit Array. Fortunately, he was a martial artist and was able to offset most of the attack. If it was a normal person, they would have followed in Xiao Fei's footsteps and been knocked unconscious. Hell! He cursed and wanted to rush forward again, but there were already sounds of hurried footsteps outside. It was clear that Feng Shishir's cry for help had alarmed the others. Boss Fan unwillingly looked at Tang Zheng as this brat's life was really strong. Even like this he did not die. He stared at Feng Shishir with a murderous look before turning around and running away. Feng Shishir's violently beating heart finally calmed down a little. The consequence of releasing too much adrenaline was that once she relaxed, her whole body seemed to have lost all strength as she collapsed onto the bed, lying on top of Tang Zheng's body. Seeing Tang Zheng so close to her, her mouth finally curved into a smile. "I won't let anyone hurt you." Pung! The door was pushed open again. Feng Shishir was shocked, thinking that the robbers had returned, but she was clearly overthinking. This time it was not the robbers but Yi Dingdong's group. "What's wrong?" Yi Dingdang rushed up and anxiously asked. Feng Shishir stood up with difficulty and said in a frightened voice, "Just now there was a robber who wanted to kill Tang Zheng." "Robber?" Yi Dingdong's eyebrows immediately wrinkled. "Just now we met a person in the elevator. Could it be a robber?" Feng Xinyang reminded. Yi Dingdong's eyes lit up and said, "It must be him. That person is Big Head Fan. He is Ordinary Balance's big brother. Tang Zheng has a grudge with him. Daring to assassinate a little handsome brother. He must be tired of living." Feng Xinyang coldly snorted, releasing a murderous aura. "Stop talking, let's see how Tang Zheng is. Senior King of Medicine, quickly take a look." Yi Dingdang hurriedly pulled the King of Medicine to the bedside. But the King of Medicine was not alone. In his arms was a child, Nana. Nana opened her big round eyes and looked around. In the end, her eyes fell on Tang Zheng's face. She immediately opened her small mouth and subconsciously wanted to call out Brother Godly Doctor. But she suddenly remembered that this was a little secret between her and Tang Zheng, so she immediately closed her small mouth. The others did not notice the little girl's reaction. They were all focused on the King of Medicine. Feng Xinyang and her daughter waited for the King of Medicine at Mu Hongyan's house. Then Yi Dingdang could not wait to take him to the hospital at night, but there was an extra burden, Nana. These days, Nana had been with the King of Medicine. Nana liked this white-bearded grandpa, and the King of Medicine also wanted to find out how Nana's illness was cured. Therefore, even when the King of Medicine went out to look for Tang Zheng, he always took Nana with him. "What's wrong with brother?" Nana asked anxiously. The King of Medicine put her down and smiled amiably. "Nana, don't worry. Grandpa will cure him." He had already heard about Tang Zheng's injury, so he directly reached out to feel his pulse. 2 fingers covered Tang Zheng's pulse. With a thought, a trace of internal strength went through Tang Zheng's skin and into his body. Ha! Suddenly, the King of Medicine felt a hot force bouncing off his internal strength. He was surprised because this force was very powerful. However, he was not frightened. Instead, his curiosity was aroused. He felt his pulse again, and was determined to find out what was going on. Bang! With a muffled sound, the King of Medicine was shocked and took a step back. His face became particularly serious. The others were shocked. "Senior King of Medicine, what's wrong?" The King of Medicine waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. He just stared at Tang Zheng, shaking his head and nodding his head. The others were confused, but no one said anything. Although Feng Shishir did not know who this old man was, since he was a doctor invited by Yi Dingdang, he was definitely not an ordinary person. She also looked at him expectantly. After a long while, the king of medicine sighed faintly and muttered to himself, I have never encountered such a situation. It's really strange, really strange. The king of medicine was a 9th grade acquired realm cultivator. Although he was not very powerful, after practicing medicine for so many years, he had never encountered a situation where even his internal strength was rejected. He inherited the medical skills of ancient Huatua and practiced the 5 animal frolics. This kind of internal strength was continuous and did not conflict with other people's internal strength. This was beneficial for practicing medicine and investigating the patient's condition. But it was obviously different this time. His internal strength could not enter Tang Zheng's body at all. The tyrannical force in his body completely rejected him. When the others saw him shaking his head and saying that it was strange, their hearts tightened. They knew that things were far from as simple as they thought. They quickly asked, Senior King of Medicine, can he still be saved? Save. The King of Medicine widened his eyes. His body functions are very good, but his unconscious state is very strange. The key is how to wake him up. Senior, you must wake him up. I beg you. Feng Shishir grabbed the King of Medicine's hand and begged. The King of Medicine nodded and said, Young lady, don't worry. I will do my best. Nana did not know when, but she grabbed Tang Zheng's hand. Her small hand tightly held his big hand. Her face was also anxious. She looked up at the King of Medicine and said in a childish voice, Grandpa King of Medicine, you must save brother. He is a good person. The King of Medicine smiled and said, How does Nana know that he is a good person? Of course Nana knows. Anyway, Grandpa King of Medicine must cure brother. Otherwise, Nana will ignore you. Nana said seriously. Nana is so caring. Yi Dingdang patted her head. In a short time, Yi Dingdang was also conquered by Nana's cute appearance. Thank you, young lady. Feng Shishir said gratefully. Nana smiled sweetly. Her gaze fell on Tang Zheng again, her face full of worry. You all go back first. I will stay here tonight to look after him and think of a way to treat him. The King of Medicine said. No, I want to stay with him. I want to wait until he wakes up so that I can be the first person he sees. Feng Shishir insisted. The King of Medicine looked at her and said, Young lady, your breathing is disordered. You must have stayed up all night. Quickly go back and sleep. Otherwise you will collapse. If you collapse, who will take care of him? Moreover, he will not wake up for a while. It is useless for you to stay here. But Feng Shishir still wanted to insist, but Yi Dingdang stopped her and advised, You go back. I will take care of him. Feng Shishir heard this and wanted to insist even more. How could she let Tang Zheng and Yi Dingdang stay together? However, before she could refute, the King of Medicine waved his hand and told everyone to go back. They had no choice but to listen to the King of Medicine. Someone wants to harm him. We must be careful. Feng Shishir reluctantly agreed, but did not forget to remind them. The King of Medicine smiled confidently. If he dares to come here and commit murder, he will be walking right into a trap. The cultivation of the 9th level of the natal realm was already considered good. In the ordinary balance, there were not many people who could threaten him. Feng Xinyang was obviously more experienced than the others. She knew that the King of Medicine must not want to be disturbed, so she directly took them out of the hospital. She also sent Nana home. The ward was quiet. The King of Medicine stared at Tang Zheng, as if he wanted to see through him. After a while, he took a deep breath and said, His yang qi is so strong that it is rare in the world. Although I don't know what kind of martial arts he practiced, since your yang qi is so strong and repels other external forces, then I will use the soft yin force to achieve the goal of balancing yin and yang. It seems that I can only use the Taiyin magic needle today. As soon as he finished speaking, 9 silver needles appeared in his hand. They were 3 inches and 3 fen long, shining coldly under the light. He moved like lightning, and a silver needle had already pierced Tang Zheng's chest. He moved the needle very quickly, unlike the ordinary Chinese doctors who slowly inserted the needle. In a breath, the silver needle pierced Tang Zheng's skin. Just from this, one could see how extraordinary his medical skills were. He moved the needles one after another. In dozens of seconds, 9 silver needles were inserted in Tang Zheng's major acupoints. He finally breathed a sigh of relief and showed a satisfied smile. Suddenly his smile froze. Chapter 96. The king of medicine had practiced medicine for dozens of years, but he had never seen such a frightening situation. The 9 silver needles were actually retreating, as if there was a force pushing the needles out bit by bit. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, suddenly, a silver light flashed, and the 9 silver needles shot up into the sky, like arrows piercing into the ceiling, buzzing and trembling. The king of medicine stared blankly at the ceiling, as if he was in a dream. The divine lunar needle was a unique skill of his sect, and he would not use it easily. But today he was really stumped by Tang Zheng's difficult disease, so he used this skill. He never thought that this would be the result. After a long time, he smacked his lips and shifted his gaze to Tang Zheng's body. His eyes gradually lit up, like a hunter who saw his prey, or a gourmet who saw a delicacy. In short, he had an unprecedented interest in Tang Zheng. A doctor, especially a famous doctor like him, liked to treat difficult and complicated diseases the most. If he could cure the disease easily, he would not have much interest in treating it. Only this kind of difficult challenge could make his blood boil. At this moment, his blood was boiling, but some people felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. After leaving the hospital, the more Boss Fan thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. He could not kill Tang Zheng, but when Tang Zheng woke up, he would not let him go. Although he did not have much contact with Tang Zheng, from his fighting style, he could tell that he was not a merciful person. If he did not take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill Tang Zheng, then he would definitely die. He clenched his teeth and went straight to Huang Xiang's residence. In fact, he did not want to see Huang Xiang, because he felt that the other's aura was becoming more and more strange, and that kind of cold feeling was like hell. But for his own life, he had to go to hell. He walked into Huang Xiang's villa, and a night wind blew, and a cold feeling hit him in the face, making him shiver. Damn, isn't the weather warmer? Why is it still so cold? He muttered and looked up. The villa was pitch black. Looks like no one's home. I'll come back another day. Suddenly, a strange voice came from the dark room. Boss Fan, since you've come in. Big Head Fan quivered in fright. This voice was erratic, and the key point was that it sounded as if it had been squeezed out of a grave. There was a sinister feeling to it. However, he still managed to recognize that it was Huang Xiang's voice, even though it had changed a little. Young Master Huang, is that you? He asked nervously. It's me. Come in. As soon as he finished speaking, the tightly shut door opened by itself. The pitch-black door was like the bloody mouth of a ferocious beast. His heart trembled. He hesitated for a moment before walking in, saying, Young Master Huang, why didn't you turn on the lights? Is there no electricity in the house? Hehe, why are you looking for me? A gust of wind blew past, and a gust of cold air blew into Big Head Fan's ears. His whole body shivered, and he hurriedly turned his head to look. A gloomy face was right next to him, and he could see it clearly with the help of the moonlight. Ah! He screamed in fright and hastily retreated. What's your name? Are you afraid of me? Huang Xiang was like a shadow, and like a ghost, he appeared in front of him. Big Head Fan's heart trembled with fear. He was a gangster, so of course his courage was not small. However, facing the current Huang Xiang, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. No, I'm not afraid. Big Head Fan mustered up his courage, not knowing if coming here today was the right decision. Hehe, you're not afraid of me. I can see that you're actually very afraid of me. It's good that you're afraid of me. I like it when people are afraid of me. Huang Xiang let out a sharp and strange laugh. Big Head Fan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, Young Master Huang, I'm here to tell you a big piece of good news. Tang Zheng was seriously injured in a car accident, and is currently lying unconscious in the hospital. Now is the best time to kill him. Tang Zheng. Huang Xiang's voice suddenly changed. It was abnormally cold, and the temperature in the room suddenly dropped. It made Big Head Fan feel as if he was in a world of ice and snow. Yes, it's Tang Zheng. Now that young Master Huang has made his move, he's dead for sure. Big Head Fan mustered up his courage and said while trembling with fear. Hee, the heavens are helping me. Now that I've achieved great success, I'll use his blood to celebrate. Huang Xiang madly laughed. Big Head Fan's heart beat rapidly, and he hurriedly flattered. Congratulations, young Master Huang. Congratulations, young Master Huang. From now on, no one in the ordinary balance will dare to oppose you. Tangzheng is only the first step. I want to rule the ordinary balance, and the Ye family is my true enemy. However, I'll deal with this brat Tangzheng first. Whoosh! A cold wind blew past, and Big Head Fan only saw a shadow flash. Huang Xiang had already disappeared from the door. Big Head Fan let out a sigh of relief and said to himself, "What kind of evil martial arts did young Master Huang practice? It's so strange." He hurriedly shook his head and stopped thinking about these messy things. Since young Master Huang had made his move, then Tangzheng would definitely be finished. Big Head Fan's problem was solved, and now he had to think about how to deal with Lin Hu. When Nana returned home, she looked as if she had a lot on her mind, and did not say a word. Mu Hongyan was confused. Why was this little girl so unhappy after going out? She hurriedly asked for the reason, but Nana did not answer. Instead, she thought for a while and said, "Mom, let's go to the hospital tomorrow, okay?" When Mu Hongyan heard this, she was shocked and asked, "Nana, are you not feeling well? Let's go to the hospital immediately." Nana shook her head. "It's not me. I want to see Big Brother tomorrow. Take me there." "Big Brother, is it the patient that Senior King of Medicine went to treat today?" Mu Hongyan asked curiously. Nana nodded seriously. Mu Hongyan breathed a sigh of relief and laughed involuntarily. "Why?" "Because Nana likes Big Brother." "Like?" Mu Hongyan snorted and laughed. Nana pouted and protested. "Don't laugh. I'm telling the truth." "Okay, I won't laugh. But isn't the patient unconscious? You didn't even talk to him. How can you like him?" "Because..." Nana wanted to say that it was because he was Big Brother Godly Doctor, but when she thought of the agreement between the two, she did not say it. She said coquettishly, "Anyway, I like him. Come with me tomorrow, Mom." "Okay, I'll go with you. We've been away from home for a while now. I'll take you to Ordinary Balance to play for a few days. Then we'll go home." "I don't want to go home. Hee, we've been away for so long. Grandpa will miss you." "Then okay." Nana lowered her head. "But we must wait until Big Brother recovers before we leave." Mu Hongyan touched her daughter's head and smiled. "Okay, we'll do as you say. We'll go see your brother tomorrow." But she was really curious about this strange brother. Nana was weak and sickly since she was a child. She was shy with strangers. Except for the mysterious Big Brother Godly Doctor, she did not show much attachment and affection to others. King of Medicine did not dare to rashly use the Tying magic needle again after he failed. But he did not stop. He pinched and touched Tangzheng here and there. In short, he almost touched Tangzheng's body. If he knew, he might shudder. But a doctor had the heart of a parent. King of Medicine obviously did not have any bad intentions. Whoosh! A cold wind blew. King of Medicine suddenly stopped. He raised his head and stared at the door. There was another person there. He was covered in a large black coat, and his face could not be seen clearly. The Medicine King furrowed his brows and went straight to the point. "You came for him?" The man in black was of course Huang Xiang. He was here to kill Tangzheng. Looking at the old man, he was not afraid. Instead, he grinned hideously. "Yes, so you'd better back off." "You want me to back off?" "That depends on whether you have the ability to do so. You're pretending to be a ghost. You're evil and don't show your true face." King of Medicine said in disgust. "You want to see my true face? That depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Before we start, can I ask why you want to kill him? Do you have a grudge against him?" King of Medicine was so curious about Tangzheng that he could not help asking. "Leaving him in the world is a hidden danger. Of course, I have to get rid of the hidden danger. I have a lot of hatred against him." Huang Xiang had always thought that Tangzheng and he practiced the same set of skills. Since this set of skills was so powerful, he certainly could not leave Tangzheng alive. King of Medicine wanted to ask more, but Huang Xiang waved his hand impatiently and said, "Old man, you have too many questions. Ask this boy when you're on the road to the netherworld." Huang Xiang moved quickly. He was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of King of Medicine. King of Medicine was not slow either. With a tap of his heel, he rushed out with a whoosh. He was like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. His aura was like a rainbow. 5 animal frolics was the practice method of imitating 5 animals. These 5 animals were the bear, crane, tiger, deer, and ape. King of Medicine used the tiger steps. The so-called dragon steps and tiger steps showed how powerful his momentum was. He stretched out his hands like the 2 sharp claws of a fierce tiger, and directly grabbed Huang Xiang's chest. Huang Xiang laughed strangely, and waved his hand. His 5 fingers turned into claws. Puff! 2 tearing sounds were heard. King of Medicine's shoulder was torn and bright red blood flowed out. Huang Xiang's chest was also broken. 5 bloody marks were dripping with blood, but his blood was black and red, which was very strange. "You really are evil." King of Medicine stared at the black and red blood and his face became serious. "What kind of skills are you practicing?" "Quack, of course it's a good skill to kill people." "What, are you afraid?" "I'm evil. Everyone has the right to kill you. Today I will kill you here." King of Medicine spread his arms like a white crane spreading its wings. With a flap of his arms, a strong wind rose, and the door of the ward was closed with a bang. Huang Xiang moved his feet and rushed up like a ghost. His cold breath filled the whole ward in an instant. 2 figures moved and flashed. In an instant, the room was full of shadows. Both of them were so fast that it was almost impossible to see them clearly. However, King of Medicine did not dare to be too far away from Tang Zheng. He was afraid that Tang Zheng would lure him away and kill Tang Zheng. Chapter 1897. Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Please wait for a moment. He clawed at Tang Zheng's chest. The King of Medicine looked desperate. It was over, but he didn't stop. Even if Tang Zheng was dead, he couldn't let the murderer go. A smell like burning meat filled the air. A ray of red light, like a flame, slowly rose from Tang Zheng's body. Huang Xiang seemed to have met his nemesis or grabbed a red-hot soldering iron. His palms were smoking. He screamed and stepped back. Bang! With a muffled sound, he bumped into the King of Medicine's hand. He staggered and fell to the ground. He rolled and jumped up again, looking at Tang Zheng in horror. The red light had disappeared as if it had never appeared. But both of them knew that it was definitely not their illusion. They looked at each other as if to confirm what had just happened. The King of Medicine's heartstrings trembled. He had never heard of such a strange thing. Moreover, the flame-like red light seemed to be specially used to restrain Huang Xiang. Especially the smell of burning was still in the air. Huang Xiang picked up his hand and looked at it. It was charred black, and his skin was curled up. He was puzzled. His eyes gradually emitted a fierce light. He said, "Why can't I kill you? Why?" He roared at the top of his lungs, full of anger and unwillingness. The King of Medicine breathed a sigh of relief. Although he did not understand what had happened, at least Tang Zheng's life was saved. He stood in front of the bed and did not let the other party get close to him. Dong dong dong. Hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. The police had arrived. The hospital had found out about the fight and had already called the police. "The people inside, listen up. You have been surrounded. Put down your weapons and surrender," the police shouted. Huang Xiang was unmoved. He was not afraid of the police at all. He only gritted his teeth and looked at Tang Zheng. He said hatefully, "I will be back." Whoosh. After that, he jumped out of the window like a gust of wind. The King of Medicine did not look. This height could not stop the other party. "Come in. The criminal has already escaped," the King of Medicine said loudly. The police rushed in vigilantly. The black muzzle of the gun was pointed at the King of Medicine. The King of Medicine said lightly, "I am the patient's family. The criminal has escaped." He pointed to the window. Several police rushed to the window. There was not even a shadow. But this was a 9-story building. If they jumped down, they would definitely be smashed to pieces. The police could not believe that the criminal had escaped from here. What the hell is going on? Deng Maokai swaggered in and asked sternly. This hospital was under his jurisdiction. When he received the call, he immediately rushed over. Nothing. Someone came in to cause trouble, and was driven away. You can leave now, the king of medicine said. He did not want to deal with these people. He still had to concentrate on studying Tang Zheng's condition. Since the police had come, how could they leave so easily? Moreover, the doctor and nurse had seen a very fierce fight inside. Deng Maokai walked directly to the bedside and glanced at the bed casually. He was so scared that his pupils shrank, and he almost stepped back. Why is it him again? He was really afraid of Tang Zheng. He had something on him, and he had crossed paths with him several times. It seemed that he could not avoid him even if he wanted to. He asked with fear, "What's wrong with him?" "He's sick." "Oh, is it serious?" Deng Maokai asked nervously. "He'll be fine in a few days." Deng Maokai shrank his neck. Since he would be fine in a few days, it was better not to provoke this devil, lest he be implicated again. Moreover, the other party obviously did not want the police to intervene. He pushed the boat with the current and was happy to leave this place as soon as possible. The ward was quiet again. The king of medicine quietly looked at Tang Zheng, pondering a new treatment plan. Although Tang Zheng himself could not move, his mind was very active. Since he was knocked unconscious, he had entered a wonderful world. It was as if he was standing at the mouth of a volcano. Endless flames burned in front of him, and the hot air waves almost ignited him. "Tian Chanzi, come out. What's wrong with me? Why am I here?" Tang Zheng shouted. "Boy, don't shout. It's strange. You're imprisoned in the sea of consciousness. What's going on? Why is there a sea of fire in your sea of consciousness? Why didn't I notice it before?" Tian Chanzi's voice sounded. He seemed to be very surprised by Tang Zheng's current situation. Sea of consciousness, sea of fire? Boy, in addition to the Dantian, the most important thing is the sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness is in the brain, controlling people's thinking. The spiritual power I told you before is gathered in the sea of consciousness. Then why am I in the sea of consciousness? What's the matter with this sea of fire? How would I know? Tian Chanzi said angrily. Boy, you're different from ordinary people. You're very strange. Hey, look at the sea of fire. Tang Zheng raised his eyes and looked over, only to see flames jumping up and down in the sea of fire. In the end, they turned into words. Burning body, kindling of fire. The 8 fiery words were particularly dazzling, firmly attracting Tang Zheng's attention. Kindling of fire? Tang Zheng was shocked. This was his pain. During this time, he had not found a way to ignite the kindling of fire, which made him a little depressed. Is it related to the kindling of fire? Tian Chanzi muttered to himself, as if he was thinking. After a moment he said, kindling of fire, how can the sea of consciousness be related to the kindling of fire? According to Tian Chanzi's knowledge, the sea of consciousness was only related to spiritual power, and had nothing to do with the kindling of fire, but these 8 words clearly pointed out that the sea of consciousness was related to the kindling of fire. Strange boy, you really can't be judged by common sense. You haven't been able to ignite the kindling of fire, so why don't you follow these instructions? How? Burning body. Of course you have to jump into this sea of fire. Jump in. Tang Zheng opened his eyes wide. Although he was only a strand of divine sense, facing this sea of fire, he still had an indescribable instinctive fear. What are you afraid of? You can only try. Moreover, your divine sense is imprisoned here. If you don't follow the instructions, what else can you do? Tian Chanzi said helplessly. Tang Zheng had previously tried to leave the sea of consciousness, but found that his divine sense was simply unable to jump out. This sea of consciousness seemed to have a kind of attractive force, firmly attracting him, making him not even aware of what was happening outside. He only remembered that in order to save Feng Shishir, he was hit by a car and came to this place. Okay, I'll go all out. Tang Zheng walked towards the sea of fire step by step. The moment his foot stepped in, The flames rushed to his body with a whoosh. It was as if there was an accelerant on his body. In the blink of an eye, he was completely enveloped by the flames. He became a living person. An indescribable pain stimulated him, making him unable to help but scream. Boy, hold on. I think this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. If you can get through it, maybe the problem of igniting the kindling of fire will be easily solved. Tian Chanzi encouraged him thoughtfully. Fuck, this feeling is too unbearable. Burning body, do you really want to burn me to ashes? Tang Zheng cried out in pain. What are you shouting for? Quietly feel the changes and try to ignite the kindling of fire. Tian Chanzi said resolutely. This sea of fire made him think of a legend from tens of thousands of years ago. Legend has it that at that time, there was a race, each and every one of them had exquisite spells and magical powers. Moreover, this race's cultivation was completely different from that of ordinary people. Because of this, they were condemned by the public as heretics. This kind of heresy was of course ostracized and finally eliminated. This race completely ceased to exist. But the words left behind said that this race's kindling of fire was not in the Dantian, but in the sea of consciousness. Moreover, its power was enormous. Even if it was a person of the same cultivation level, it would far surpass other races. Tian Chanzi looked at the sea of fire in the sea of consciousness and thought hard. Finally, he remembered this legend. But he was not happy. Instead, a strong fear occupied his mind. Chapter 98. This kind of fear followed him like a shadow, making Tian Chanzi feel uneasy. Could it be that he is related to that race? That would be a huge disaster. Although it had been tens of thousands of years and many people didn't know about it, the powerful cultivators who had lived for countless years definitely wouldn't forget. They still had an instinctive rejection of this race. If they knew that a member of that race had appeared, they wouldn't sit idly by and would directly kill Tang Zheng. Although Tian Chanzi couldn't figure out how Tang Zheng could be a member of that race. No, I can't let others know about this. Looking at Tang Zheng in the fire, Tian Chanzi made up his mind. He didn't have a strong feeling about the battle from tens of thousands of years ago, not to mention that he and Tang Zheng had a close relationship, so he had to protect him. Tang Zheng had already operated the ancient Clear Heaven Scroll, guiding his true qi to attack his Dantian in an attempt to ignite the kindling. But when the true qi moved, it didn't flow to his Dantian, but instead gathered in his knowledge sea. Like gasoline meeting fire, the true qi burned. His body was ignited from the inside out, and the more intense pain made him almost collapse. But he had suffered a lot since he was young, so he gritted his teeth and held on. Tian Chanzi, why didn't the true qi go to the Dantian, but to the knowledge sea instead? How can I ignite the kindling? Tang Zheng asked loudly. Tian Chanzi's voice was trembling. Tang Zheng's words undoubtedly confirmed his guess. He stabilized his mind and said, then lead the true qi into the knowledge sea. Don't worry about the Dantian. Try to ignite the kindling in the knowledge sea. Tang Zheng was shocked. Igniting the kindling in the knowledge sea, is this possible? Why didn't you tell me before? How would I know that things would turn out like this? Hurry up, don't dawdle. Tian Chanzi unhappily urged. He didn't want to say more, because his mind was already in chaos. Tang Zheng gradually stabilized his mind and guided his true qi bit by bit to gather in his sea of consciousness. In an instant, the flames became even fiercer and engulfed him. After an unknown amount of time, the flame became smaller and smaller. It turned from red to light purple, and finally became the size of a fingernail. It burned in the air, and emitted a strange power. There were already a lot of people gathered in Tang Zheng's ward. Feng Xinyang rushed over as soon as she woke up. Originally, Yi Tianlei wanted to come as well, but was dragged away by Yi Xuanji to look for the godly doctor's whereabouts. However, she noticed that someone was earlier than her. Feng Shishir was already sitting by the bed. Feng Shishir seemed to have steeled her heart to accompany Tang Zheng. If he did not wake up, then she would not go to class. This caused Shi Mengqin to almost explode, so she also followed along. The Feng family's investigation of the car accident did not yield any results, causing Xi Mengqin to be greatly disappointed. She originally hoped that the car accident was a self-directed and self-acted bitter play by Tang Zheng, but her plan failed. However, today, she did not have the time to speak nonsense. Because from the moment she saw Feng Xinyang, she was like a mouse seeing a cat, not daring to be rash. Feng Xinyang did not even look at her. She only sighed inwardly. It would not be easy for her little girl to take down the little handsome guy. This Feng Shishir was chasing too closely. When she went back, she must teach her little girl a few tricks. However, this was not her main concern. She wanted to know how Tang Zheng could wake up. Just as she was about to ask the king of medicine, she saw Mu Hongyan walk in with Nana. Nana was like a fluttering little butterfly, flying towards Tang Zheng and continuously shouting, "Brother, Nana came to see you." Mu Hongyan's eyes flashed with a strange light. Her daughter's performance was far beyond her expectations. She could not help but carefully look at Tang Zheng, but she did not find any clues. Senior King of Medicine, when will he wake up? Feng Shishir anxiously asked. Everyone's gaze turned towards the King of Medicine, including Xi Mengqin. However, in her heart she disagreed. Where did these people find this Jianghu doctor? They were probably here to cheat money. At her level, she had never heard of the King of Medicine's name. Her level was not high enough, and she was ignorant and fearless. The King of Medicine's face was filled with exhaustion. Last night, he had tossed and turned for the better half of the night, but he was still unable to find a feasible treatment method. The main reason was that his internal energy was unable to detect Tang Zheng's internal injuries. Just by looking at his appearance, he could not say for sure. I still need to carefully study it. His illness is too strange. The King of Medicine solemnly said. Feng Shishir's heart thumped. Her expression was filled with concern as she anxiously said, "Senior, you must cure him. I beg of you." "I will do my best. Brother is very powerful. He will definitely be fine." Nana patted Feng Shishir's hand, acting like a little adult as she comforted her. "In any case, I believe that he will get better soon. Moreover, he promised me." Before she finished speaking, Tang Zheng's voice rang out. Why are there so many people?" In an instant, the room quieted down. Everyone's gaze turned towards him. All sorts of complex emotions intertwined. Tang Zheng scratched his head. What was going on? Just now, after the lavender flame formed in his knowledge sea, the shackles on his knowledge sea disappeared. He stared blankly at the lavender flame. Only then did he understand from Tian Chanzi's exclamation that he had finally ignited his fire seed. That flame was a first-grade true fire. It turned out that he had been looking in the wrong direction. His fire seed was not in his dantian. So even if he had spent a lot of effort, it was useless. But this time, after being hit by a car, he muddle-headedly entered this knowledge sea. He had unexpectedly ignited his fire seed by accident. So fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. If he did not want to save Feng Shishir, he would not have entered this knowledge sea. Then he did not know when he would be able to discover the mystery of his fire seed. Tang Zheng was somewhat glad. He was truly happy from the bottom of his heart. After igniting his fire seed, he could use the 9 revolving pill furnace to refine pills. But what made him feel strange was that Tian Chanzi did not seem to be too enthusiastic about igniting his fire seed. Instead, he was somewhat absent-minded. But he did not care. Since the shackles on his knowledge sea had disappeared, he naturally woke up. What entered his eyes was the large room full of people. He subconsciously asked, but this caused everyone to raise their eyebrows. Feng Shishir threw herself onto his body, crying tears of joy. "You're finally awake. That's great, you're finally awake." Tang Zheng lightly patted her back and said, "Don't cry, I'm fine. Is your body okay?" He still remembered the situation at that time, and was deeply afraid that she would also be injured. "I'm fine. You saved me, so I won't argue with you anymore. I won't be angry with you anymore," Feng Shishir said while choking with sobs. Xi Mengqin saw this scene, and was so angry that smoke was coming out of her 7 orifices. Finally, she could not help but angrily shout, "Tang Zheng, let go of my daughter. What kind of scandal is this?" Feng Shishir did not let go of Tang Zheng. Instead, She hugged him even tighter and quietly whispered in his ear, "Ignore her." Seeing that the two people did not react and that Tang Zheng was hugging her daughter even tighter, Xi Mingqin's face became extremely gloomy. She directly rushed over to pull her daughter away, but she saw a figure flash and Feng Xinyang was already blocking her in front of the bed. She looked at her with a smile that was not a smile and said, "Do you want to make a move? The one who will suffer will definitely be you." Xi Mingqin subconsciously retreated 2 steps. Her expression was uncertain as she said, "I'm educating my daughter. What does that have to do with you? You educating your daughter is not related to me. But if you want to deal with that handsome little brother Tang Zheng, then I will have to interfere." "You." Xi Mingqin was speechless. With swords drawn and bows bent, Tang Zheng patted Feng Shishi's back, indicating for her to get up. Only then did Feng Shishi reluctantly get up. This time, she hugged Tang Zheng in front of so many people. She was a bit embarrassed, but sometimes it was hard to control herself and there was nothing she could do. "Mom, don't make a fuss," she advised, but these words were no different from adding fuel to the fire. As expected, Xi Mingqin pointed at her own nose and asked, "I'm making a fuss? How am I making a fuss?" Sure, since he's awake, then hurry back to school and go to class." "I'm not going. I want to accompany him." Feng Shishi held on to her hand abnormally firm. "Big brother wants to accompany me," a childish voice sounded out. Nana took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to climb onto the bed. She threw herself onto Tang Zheng's body and sweetly smiled. "Big brother, you're finally awake." Nana already knew that Big Brother would definitely be fine. Big Brother is the most powerful person in the world. Nana's interruption caused the tense atmosphere to weaken by quite a bit. Many people subconsciously looked towards Nana and Tang Zheng, only to see Tang Zheng looking at Nana in shock. He subconsciously asked, "Nana, why are you here?" When his voice fell, Tang Zheng realized that something was wrong. He actually called out her name in front of so many people. He should have pretended not to know her. As expected, several people looked at him at the same time. Mu Hongyan's entire body trembled as she finally recognized the voice. She pointed at him and said, You are." Tang Zheng hurriedly coughed and gave Mu Hongyan a look. Mu Hongyan's heart understood, and she swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. However, everyone could clearly see the shock on her face. Mu Hongyan was simply too excited. Tang Zheng's voice was too familiar. This was the senior godly doctor that she had always been looking for. Moreover, he also called out Nana's name. Mu Hongyan was almost instantly sure of his identity. This also explained why Nana liked him so much. Mu Hongyan was truly surprised and happy. She did not know what to do and could only take a few steps forward. She gratefully and respectfully said, "It's really great to see you." Tang Zheng nodded his head and smiled but did not say anything. However, the others were baffled by Mu Hongyan's reaction. Xi Mingqin was especially dumbstruck as if she had seen a ghost. After all, she still had some eyesight. From Mu Hongyan's temperament, she could tell that the other party was not simple. However, she was actually so respectful to Tang Zheng, and even had a cautious feeling. This was simply inconceivable. She subconsciously pondered. Why is this little brat so strange? How does he know so many powerful people? Feng Xinyang thoughtfully looked at the two people, but did not interrupt. However, the king of medicine had already impatiently rushed forward. He extended his hand to grab Tang Zheng's wrist to investigate. Tang Zheng's nerves suddenly trembled. He flipped his wrist and instinctively pointed his finger. Like a sharp sword, it pierced forward. Chapter 99. The king of medicine let out a surprised cry as he quickly retracted his hand and said, "Don't misunderstand. I don't want to hurt you. I am a doctor, and I just want to see what is wrong with your body." Tang Zheng did not relax. As a doctor with a 9th stage natal stage cultivation, this was no longer an ordinary doctor. "Thank you. I am already well, and do not need to be examined." Tang Zheng had 9 main meridians, and this old man could easily find out. Moreover, his true energy and inner strength were completely different. so he could not casually let the other party examine him. The medicine unwillingly said, "Young man, you were unconscious for a few days. This is very strange and we have to figure it out. Otherwise, what will we do if there is any future trouble?" Tang Zheng firmly shook his head. "I am clear about my own body, so there is no need, thank you." The king of medicine was unwilling as he looked towards Feng Xinyang, hoping that she would persuade him as he was too interested in Tang Zheng. Feng Xinyang smiled as she knew that Tang Zheng was not normal. Since he did not want others to examine him, then she could not force him and said, "Senior king of medicine, since the little handsome brother is already well, then there is no need to examine him. This time it is all thanks to you." The king of medicine regretfully shook his head and said, "I did not do much as he woke up on his own. But it really is strange, his body is too strange." Sure, help me get out of the hospital." Is identical to continue. "I want to leave the hospital." Tang Zheng did not want to be surrounded by so many people, so he said, "You just woke up. How can you be in such a hurry to leave the hospital?" "I am already fine, look." Tang Zheng directly got off the bed. "See," he sucked in a breath of cold air as he felt a piercing pain in his ribs. "Who told you to be brave? You broke 2 ribs, do you know that?" Feng Shishi's eyes were red as she held onto his arm like a wife taking care of her husband. Shi Mengqin wanted to flip out, but in the end she controlled herself. Tang Zheng felt that his ribs were indeed broken, but it was not a big problem. It was not convenient for him to be in the hospital. Besides, his grandfather was still at home, so it was better to go home and recuperate. Therefore, he continued to insist on being discharged from the hospital. Feng Shishi could not persuade him, so she could only go through the discharge procedures. "Thank you all for coming to see me. I appreciate your kindness. I will thank you one by one another day." Tang Zheng nodded to the others. "Little handsome, you don't have to be so polite with me. Since you're awake, then I'm relieved. Our family's Ding-Dang is also very worried about you. She came yesterday, and today, she also said that she wanted to come, but I drove her to school," Feng Xinyang said with a smile. At this time, he still had to show his concern for his daughter. Tang Zheng felt warmth in his heart. In the past, when he was in trouble, only his grandfather cared about him. Now that so many people cared about him, he really felt good and warm. Mu Hongyan stared at him blankly. She finally mustered up her courage and said, "Can I talk to you in private?" "Okay." Tang Zheng agreed. Since the other party had already recognized him, there was no way to hide this matter. The others could only leave the ward. The king of medicine looked back 3 times as he walked, his eyes shining as he looked at Tang Zheng. He was very reluctant to part with him. Tang Zheng really did not understand who this old man was. In short, for this kind of expert, he was a little wary. "Senior godly doctor, I didn't expect to see you here." Mu Hongyan's expression became excited and a little incoherent. Tang Zheng waved his hand, indicating for her to calm down. He calmly said, "Perhaps this is God's will. Since you have seen my true face, then in the future don't call me senior. My name is Tang Zheng, you can call me by my name." "How can that be? If you call me senior, what will others think? So it's better to call me by my name. Moreover, I hope you won't tell anyone about this." Tang Zheng still wanted to keep a low profile. Mu Hongyan nodded to express her understanding. Nana, who had been holding Tang Zheng's hand, shook it and said, "Big brother, I have never told our secret to anyone, including my mother." "I know, Nana is the most obedient." Tang Zheng smiled bitterly. If Mu Hongyan did not personally come, perhaps this secret would continue to be kept. Mu Hongyan saw that the relationship between the two was so harmonious and relaxed a little. She smiled and said, "This little girl even keeps it a secret from me. She is closer to you than to me." "Mother is talking nonsense. I am equally close to the 2 of you." Nana hurriedly corrected. "Son, Tang Zheng." Mu Hongyan subconsciously wanted to call him senior again, but in the end she changed her words and said, "The king of medicine does not have any ill intentions. He is a highly respected doctor who has treated Nana before. This time he heard that she had recovered, so he rushed over. Yesterday, it was Feng Xinyang who personally invited him to treat you." Tang Zheng suddenly understood and glanced at the king of medicine through the glass on the door. He found that even through the glass, the king of medicine's gaze was still burning. So he is a medical maniac, but I hope you can keep the fact that I cured Nana a secret. Tang Zheng warned. Of course I will keep it a secret, but the king of medicine has always wanted to find you. He has an old friend who is suffering from a chronic illness and wants to ask you to treat him. Other than relying on the life-prolonging pill, Tang Zheng was not as good at treating common illnesses as a normal doctor, let alone this seemingly powerful king of medicine. He quickly shook his head and refused. No, my medical skills are not high, so I can't help you, so please keep my identity a secret. Tang Zheng, I have a presumptuous request. The king of medicine is a kind and benevolent person. He has saved many people, and has also helped Nana a lot in the past. I can't bear to lie to him, so can you please make an exception? I promise that this matter will not be known to many people, only the king of medicine. After all, it is a matter of life and death. Tang Zheng hesitated. Tang Zheng, I know this request is too much, but I have experienced this kind of thing before. I know very well how desperate the patient and the other person's family feel. They really hope for a miracle and a glimmer of hope. Tang Zheng glanced at Nana. She was playing with Tang Zheng's fingers. When she saw him looking at her, she revealed a bright smile. It was extremely cute. He couldn't help but think of his grandfather. He gradually understood Mu Hongyan's feelings. Moreover, his grandfather had always taught him to be a good person. His heart softened and he said, Okay, but this matter can't be spread, only the few of us know. As for his old friend, we will arrange another time to treat him. Tang Zheng did not intend to force himself. If he could help, he would naturally help. If he couldn't, then it was the will of the heavens. Mu Hongyan hurriedly nodded and thanked him repeatedly. Tang Zheng sat in the Fong family's car and returned home. Fong Shishir supported him into the small house. Shi Mengqin disdainfully stood far away. This was her first time coming to this kind of place. She wanted nothing more than to run away, but she couldn't. Otherwise, there would only be one man and one woman left. God knows what would happen. I really don't have any major problems. It doesn't hurt much anymore. Tang Zheng sat down. Seeing Fong Shishir's pained expression, he hurriedly said, Your bones are all broken. How can it be so easy? Be good and lie down on the bed. Fong Shishir did not have any resistance to this simple and crude house. She gently helped him onto the bed and even personally took off his shoes. Tang Zheng was helpless. He could only lie on the bed and watch her busy figure. His heart felt warm. Shishir, come over and sit for a while. He waved his hand. Fong Shishir obediently sat by his side. Are you still angry at me? Fong Shishir hurriedly shook her head. No, I won't be angry at you anymore. I know you treat me well. We won't listen to other people's gossip. Good, that's good. Tang Zheng held her hand, completely satisfied. Oh. Fong Shishir kissed him and said, This time you really scared me to death. You should rest well. I'll go back to school first, otherwise my mom will start screaming again. Okay, I'll rest well. Tang Zheng hugged her waist and kissed her lips. She also responded fiercely, and only after a long while did she part with the desire to continue. You're injured yet you're still not obedient. Rest well. Once you're better, you can do whatever you want. I'll listen to you. Fong Shishir finished speaking. Her face turned red all the way to her neck. Tang Zheng's heart beat faster as he asked, Really? Guess for yourself. Fong Shishir charmingly smiled. She turned around and ran out of the door, leaving only her beautiful back. Ai, it seems that I need to quickly heal and get better. Tang Zheng excitedly thought. Little brat, you're finally enlightened. Tian Chanzi once again appeared. Quickly take down this little girl. The problem of your pure yang energy eruption can be temporarily solved. Eavesdropping is a bad habit. That won't do. I'm already a 4th grade refining chi cultivator. I need to practice the sealing technique. When the time comes, I'll seal you so you can't see what you shouldn't see. Tang Zheng said. Tian Chanzi indignantly shouted. Little brat, do you think I'm a hoodlum? I'm a high-level cultivator. Do Do you think I don't understand the principle of not looking at indecent things? High-level cultivator. Humph, I think you're no different from a hoodlum. Tang Zheng retorted. Quickly teach me the sealing technique and also how to use true fire to refine pills. Little brat, don't be in a hurry to cultivate. I have something important to tell you. Tian Chanzi's voice became deep and serious. What is it? Little brat, your body is strange. You know that the average person's true fire is in their dantian, but yours is in their sea of consciousness. Do you know why there is such a huge difference? Why? You and I are not the same kind of people. Nonsense, I'm a young man. You're a 1,000-year-old monster. Nonsense, I'm saying that you and I are not of the same race. Tian Chanzi said, flustered and exasperated. Not of the same race? Don't tell me you're not a human, but a monster? Don't pester me endlessly. Humans are also divided into many races. Just like how there are many races now. A long time ago, many races coexisted in an environment, but they fought with each other. In the end, only one race remained, which is the current human race. You mean I'm not a human? I don't know the specifics. After all, tens of thousands of years have passed. In short, the secret of your body must not be known to outsiders. Otherwise you will be killed. Just like the king of medicine from before, although his skill is not very profound, after all, his medical skills are superb. If you let him examine your body, it will be easy for him to find some clues. Of course, for things that happened thousands of years ago, he certainly doesn't know, but this is also a risk that must be avoided. Do you understand? Tian Chanzi warned. Tang Zheng was dumbfounded. It was a bit difficult for him to accept this information. How did he become non-human? Chapter 100. After a long time, Tang Zheng finally digested this information, but he gradually understood that his strange body had so many secrets, and these secrets were fatal. But your race's cultivation is very abnormal, just like you, advancing by leaps and bounds. You're simply not human. Oh, you're not human. Tian Chanzi sighed. Fuck, you're not human. Tang Zheng angrily said. Calm down, in fact this is not a bad thing. After all, your cultivation speed is fast. As long as you have strength, even if your identity is exposed, others will not be able to do anything to you. Tian Chanzi comforted. It's not you, of course you're not worried, but what should I do now? Speed up your cultivation, become stronger before others find out your secret, the stronger the better. You and I are of the same mind, so you don't have to worry about me leaking your secret. This time you broke through to the 4th grade refining chi, I also obtained a lot of benefits. My soul has become a lot stronger, and in time I will be able to find a suitable host and be reborn. Tang Zheng's mood gradually calmed down. There was no use in worrying about this matter, so he decided to cultivate, regardless of his injuries. First was the sealing technique. Tian Chanzi reluctantly passed it on to him. He tried it several times, and it was very useful. As long as he silently recited the incantation and activated his true chi, Tian Chanzi could only shut up and be sealed. This made Tian Chanzi so angry that he cried out, scolding him for being ungrateful. How could he use him as an experiment? Tang Zheng shrugged his shoulders and ignored him. In any case, there was no one else to test the sealing technique on, so he could only use Tian Chanzi to test it. In the end, Tian Chanzi could only silently protest. The next step was to use his true fire to refine pills. He took out the 9 revolving pill furnace from under the bed. The furnace was pitch black and covered with a layer of dust. For the 9 revolving pill furnace to be thrown under the bed by you, it is truly a waste. Tian Chanzi bitterly said. Tang Zheng shrugged and said, this room is only so big. Where else can I put it if I don't put it under the bed? Don't talk nonsense. How should I use this thing? Circulate your power and inject your true chi into it. Tang Zheng circulated the ancient clear heaven scroll, and a stream of true chi flowed out from his palm into the 9 revolving pill furnace. Wang. A melodious sound echoed as the 9 revolving alchemy furnace soared into the air. Its pitch-black exterior emitted a layer of black light as it slowly rotated. This pill furnace has been covered in dust for a long time. You must first awaken its spirituality, before you can refine pills. Tang Zheng suddenly realized that this true qi was the method used to awaken the spiritual nature of the pill furnace. The 9 revolving pill furnace spun faster and faster, until it finally turned into a black light, and a little bit of blue light seeped out from the black light. It was like a piece of black cloth wrapped around a light bulb. The light from the light bulb passed through the black cloth and grew more and more. In the end, the black light disappeared and a green light filled the entire room. The melodious buzzing sound was like the sound of ancient temple bells, making people feel relaxed and happy. Stop! Tang Zheng lightly waved his hand, and the 9 revolving alchemy furnace stopped rotating and steadily stopped on the ground. The blue light gradually converged as its exterior underwent a tremendous change. The originally swarthy exterior had turned into a blue color and emitted a faint ancient aura. Moreover, one could clearly see that there were many birds and beasts engraved on the exterior of the pill furnace. Most of them were creatures that Tang Zheng had never heard of before, so he simply did not know what they were. This is the true appearance of the 9 revolving alchemy furnace, Tian Chanzi proudly said. Tang Zheng was dumbstruck. After awakening the spiritual nature of the pill furnace, it unexpectedly underwent a heaven and earth change. If it was like this during the auction, then he definitely would not have been able to obtain it. Fortunately, the treasure furnace was covered in dust, so I was able to pick it up. He rejoiced. You should be thanking me. If it wasn't for me, then you wouldn't have this kind of dog shit luck. Tian Chanzi unceremoniously boasted. But I also have bad news to tell you. What? This 9 revolving alchemy furnace has been damaged, and its quality has dropped by a lot. It unexpectedly became a yellow-level treasure. Tian Chanzi regretfully said. Tang Zheng turned pale with fright and said, What, didn't you say it was an earth-level treasure? Treasures were divided into 4 ranks. Heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. In other words, the 9 revolving alchemy furnace actually dropped from second place to last place. Tian Chanzi awkwardly coughed and explained. Wasn't it covered in dust? That's why I misjudged it. Tang Zheng was speechless. Little brat, don't be so unhappy. A yellow-level treasure is more suitable for you. Do you think an earth-level treasure is so easy to control? You need to have the appropriate cultivation and enough qi. You don't have enough right now, so using a yellow-level treasure to consolidate your foundation is the right way to go. Tang Zheng coldly snorted. In any case, he did not understand these things, so he could only let him say whatever he wanted. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. This was still a treasure after all. He fondly touched the 9 revolving alchemy furnace and felt extremely good. He finally had a treasure, his first treasure. Although this 9 revolving alchemy furnace has become a yellow-level treasure, it used to be an earth-level treasure. So in the future, you can find a way to repair it and turn it back into an earth-level treasure. That's possible? Of course, treasures can be upgraded. Don't you know this? Tian Chanzi proudly said. You didn't say so. How would I know? Tang Zheng retorted. Tian Chanzi acted as if he did not hear and continued. When refining pills, you will draw the fire into the furnace. The refining method is the same as when you refine the life-continuing pill. Then I will first refine the spirit pill. Tang Zheng impatiently said. First get the materials. Right, what materials do you need? Tian Chanzi pulled out a long list of materials. Fortunately, they were all materials that could be bought in pharmacies. Tang Zheng let out a sigh of relief. Refining pills requires a guiding herb, which is the most important ingredient. The spirit pill does not require something as precious as the heaven-fragrant flower. It only needs a 300-year-old ginseng. 300-year-old? Tang Zheng was dumbstruck. Even if he did not understand the market, he knew that 300-year-old ginseng was not easy to find. It was a treasure that could only be found by chance. Tian Chanzi actually said that it was not precious and was sloppy. It's only 300-year-old. You should know that there were many thousand-year-old ginseng. What is this country bumpkin, making a fuss about nothing? Tian Chanzi said disapprovingly. That was in ancient times. You also know that the spiritual energy is thin now. Where would you find this 300-year-old ginseng? Tang Zheng was very depressed. Heaven never bars one's way. Let's find it. Moreover, don't you still have 900,000 left? Use this money to buy it. By my ass. 300-year-old ginseng. You want to buy it with 900,000? Dream on. Tian Chanzi laughed and said. Then that is not my problem. In any case, I have already told you the recipe. Tang Zheng was worried about the ginseng. On the other hand, the king of medicine was shocked by the news he heard. He never would have thought that this strange youth was actually that mysterious godly doctor. Suddenly, he became even more interested in Tang Zheng. He wanted to slice him up and study him carefully. It was really too shocking. Senior king of medicine. At that time I promised Tang Zheng that this matter would not be spread. So please do not tell too many people. When the time comes, just arrange for your old friend to treat him. Mu Hongyan said. I will definitely keep it a secret. Since his medical skills are so high, then I will find a chance to compare notes with him. The king of medicine said excitedly. He then impatiently contacted Yi Xuanji and told him that he had found the godly doctor. He would bring him to visit the godly doctor tomorrow. Yi Xuanji was very excited. There was finally a glimmer of hope. After Yi Tianlei heard the news, he was also very happy. The next day he drove Yi Xuanji and the king of medicine to their destination. Yi Xuanji looked out the window. Although his expression was very calm, there was still a strange expression on his face. The king of medicine understood his feelings. He patted him on the shoulder and said, Old brother, I think your hope is on this person. This person is too mysterious. Even I don't know the details. Who is this person? How come I have never heard of him? Yi Xuanji asked curiously. A rising star. It is true that the new generation excels the old. Anyway, this time I have learned something new. I can't miss a single detail later. Who knows, maybe my medical skills will also improve by leaps and bounds. The king of medicine was not stingy with his praise and said expectantly. Yi Xuanji had never seen the king of medicine praise someone so much. His confidence increased a lot. Why is this place getting more and more desolate? Does the godly doctor really live here? Yi Xuanji looked at the row upon row of low buildings. There was no bustling city center at all. The king of medicine took a look and felt a little strange. However, this was the address he got from Feng Shishir, so it shouldn't be wrong. Maybe he likes to live in seclusion. The king of medicine casually explained. However, when their car stopped in front of the low bungalow, the three of them had a weird expression. The surroundings were really too dilapidated. How did it look like a place where a godly doctor lived? It looked more like a place where a garbage collector lived. They didn't guess wrong. Tang Zheng's family originally made a living by collecting garbage. The three of them looked at each other and were a little confused. However, since they were already here, they had to make things clear. Yi Tianlei walked straight to the door and saw an old man walk out. Sir, may I ask? Yi Tianlei's words stopped abruptly. It was as if someone had stuck his throat. He stared straight at the old man in front of him. Are you Tang Zheng's grandfather? Yi Tianlei asked in disbelief. He had seen Tang Dahai before. At that time, Tang Dahai was lifeless and his vitality was almost exhausted. Moreover, he was very old. However, although the person in front of him looked very similar to Tang Dahai, his vitality was very different. Even the wrinkles on his face were not as many. Yi Tianlei even suspected that this person was Tang Dahai's younger brother. Tang Dahai looked at the three of them suspiciously and asked, I am. Who are you looking for? Yi Tianlei was even more incredulous when he heard the confirmation. When Tang Zheng said that his grandfather had recovered, he didn't believe it. However, when he saw the real person, he knew that he had really recovered. This kind of vitality was definitely not that of a patient. One must know that Tang Dahai was a person who was judged by the doctor to not have many days left to live. However, the truth was in front of him, and he had to believe it. Before Yi Tianlei could answer, the king of medicine rushed to Tang Dahai as if he had seen a delicious cake. Chapter 101. The King of Medicine held onto Tang Dahai's wrist. His expression became strange as he muttered to himself. Magical, too magical, a withered tree rejuvenated, full of life. This medical skill is too magical. This old man is ashamed of his inferiority. Sogu 360. Soso search free download of novels. The few people were shocked by the King of Medicine, but when they heard him muttering to himself, they were deeply shocked. Especially Yi Xuanji. He had known the King of Medicine for most of his life, but he had never seen him say words of inferiority to anyone. The King of Medicine had always been the one standing at the top. Others could not even look up to him, but he actually took the initiative to admit his inferiority. This was too inconceivable. But Yi Xuanji suddenly had a greater hope. This showed that the godly doctor was brilliant. Maybe he really could be saved. Tang Dahai looked at him blankly and asked, "Excuse me, what's the matter?" The King of Medicine looked at Tang Dahai excitedly and said, "Did you have a serious illness in the past, and your life was almost cut off, but in the end, you were cured by someone with magical medical skills?" Tang Dahai was shocked and said, "I was sick before, but the doctor in the hospital cured me, and now I feel like I have endless energy." "Which doctor?" "This I don't know, you'll have to ask my grandson." "Little Zheng, quickly come out," Tang Dahai shouted. Tang Zheng had long heard the commotion outside, especially the King of Medicine. He knew that he must have brought a patient here, and thought that since he had to treat his but as soon as possible, he walked out. But when he saw Yi Xuanji and Yi Tianlei, his gaze turned cold. What were they doing here? Suddenly his heart moved, remembering that Yi Tianlei wanted him to treat Yi Xuanji's illness. Could it be that the King of Medicine's old friend was Yi Tianlei? He instantly figured out the details, and his face naturally became ugly. He nodded towards Yi Tianlei and asked, "Uncle Yi, why are you here?" Yi Tianlei smiled and said, "Senior King of Medicine found a godly doctor, so I brought my father here to seek treatment." Yi Xuanji coldly looked at Tang Zheng. "Why is this brat here again?" Because Tang Zheng messed up the marriage he arranged for Yi Dingdang. He did not have a good impression of Tang Zheng. "Oh, there's no genius doctor here. You've come to the wrong place," Tang Zheng lightly said. However, the King of Medicine was one step ahead of him. He walked up to Tang Zheng and laughed. "If I still had doubts yesterday, I really have no doubts at all after seeing this old man today. Xuanji, my old friend, your illness will be in the hands of this miracle-working doctor." Yi Xuanji followed the King of Medicine's finger, and saw that it was pointing at Tang Zheng. Even though Yi Xuanji had been through countless hardships, he almost tripped at this moment. "Are you kidding me? How could the genius doctor be this brat?" Yi Tianlei was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly realized. He believed in Tang Zheng's skills. It was really like searching high and low for something, only to find it by chance. In the end, it still fell on Tang Zheng's head. "Haha, Tang Zheng, so the genius doctor Senior King of Medicine was talking about is you. I was wondering when another genius doctor appeared in ordinary balance. So it was you, brat. I've seen your medical skills before, so you can definitely do it." Yi Tianlei laughed. The King of Medicine curiously turned his head and looked at Yi Tianlei. He asked, "You've seen his medical skills before?" "Of course, he helped me open up my meridians. That's why I was able to break through the bottleneck of innate stage," Yi Tianlei explained. The King of Medicine's eyes lit up. He praised, "So there's such a thing. Since you know his medical skills, why didn't you ask him to treat your father earlier? This time, if it wasn't for a freak combination of factors, we really wouldn't have been able to find this genius doctor." This. Yi Tianlei's expression stiffened. He glanced at his father. Wasn't it because Yi Xuanji rejected Tang Zheng? Otherwise, why would he go through so much trouble? Yi Xuanji's face was filled with embarrassment. He hadn't had this expression for many years. As a person of high status, he had always been resolute and decisive. Others had to look at his face when they did things. When had he ever been so embarrassed? He really wanted to find a hole to hide in. However, Yi Xuanji wasn't an ordinary person. He coughed and softened his tone. "There's a bit of a misunderstanding." The King of Medicine glanced at the few people, and understood that there must be some inside story. He quickly laughed and acted as a peacemaker, saying, Since it's a misunderstanding, let's just let it go. Now that we've found the genius Dr. Tang Zheng, all the problems will be solved. Tang Zheng sneered and unexpectedly said, "Misunderstanding? Why don't I think it's a misunderstanding?" Tang Zheng's cold attitude made the few people's expressions change. Especially Yi Xuanji. Being bullied by a junior like this made the veins on his forehead bulge. Of course, Tang Zheng saw his reaction, but didn't take it seriously. He said to the King of Medicine and Yi Tianlei, "Senior King of Medicine, Uncle Yi, if you don't mind, please come in and have a seat." The King of Medicine had already heard some clues. It seemed that this misunderstanding wasn't small, and Tang Zheng deliberately didn't invite Yi Xuanji to embarrass him. In this world, the only people who dared to embarrass Yi Xuanji, other than those old guys, had never dared to challenge Yi Xuanji's dignity. This Tang Zheng was really getting more and more interesting. Yi Xuanji's face was gloomy. He was about to flip out. This was a blatant disregard and a slap in the face. Yi Tianlei looked at his father awkwardly. Tang Zheng acted as if he didn't see it, and turned around to go back into the house. At this moment, Tang Dahai seemed to have lost his soul. When did his grandson become a godly doctor? How come he didn't know? Moreover, these people seemed to have an extraordinary status, and they were so respectful towards Tang Zheng. He also felt a sense of pride. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, he immediately realized that there was a problem. Even though Tang Dahai picked up trash for a living, he still had the survival wisdom of a lower-class citizen. He wasn't an idiot, so he quickly invited them in. "Come in and sit. The house is a bit narrow, so don't mind." Would there be anyone who would dare to mind? Seeing Tang Zheng's attitude, if anyone dared to say even half a word of disdain, they would definitely be mercilessly kicked out. After all, these three people were much more cultured than Xi Mengqin. Even though this simple environment was incompatible with them, they still entered the house. Yi Xuanji also took advantage of the situation and followed in. "Little Zheng, quickly pour water for the guests." Tang Dahai ordered. Tang Zheng wouldn't go against his grandfather's wishes and poured water for the three people. "I'm really sorry, we don't have tea at home, so we can only drink water," Tang Dahai said apologetically. As a simple and honest old man, if there were guests in the house, he would naturally want to use the best things to greet them. If he didn't treat them well, he would feel especially embarrassed. This was the most simple way of thinking for a normal person. No need to go through so much trouble. Yi Tianlei drank a mouthful and awkwardly laughed. He had no idea how today's situation would develop. Yi Xuanji was like a wooden person. He didn't even touch the cup with his finger. His two eyes stared straight ahead without any expression. The King of Medicine laughed and took the initiative to break the silence, saying, "Yesterday I didn't have a good chat with this little friend. Today we must chat to our heart's content." Tang Zheng said without batting an eyelid, "Senior King of Medicine, you are the titan of the medical world, and I am just an insignificant high school student. I don't think we have anything in common." "Haha, that's not necessarily true. My thoughts are not pedantic, and I am also very interested in learning about you young people. Moreover, we are both people who study medicine. In terms of professional knowledge, there are many things that we can discuss," the King of Medicine said disapprovingly. "I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. In terms of medical knowledge, I only know a little. Compared to the average medical student, I'm much worse. I'm sorry to disappoint you," Tang Zheng said honestly. He studied alchemy and not the various diseases of medical school. The King of Medicine obviously didn't believe him, and thought that the other was being modest. He said, "Little friend is too modest. Just based on the fact that you cured your grandfather, Tianlei and Nana, you are already worthy of the title of godly doctor." Tang Dahai had been in a daze the entire time. When he heard that his illness was actually cured by Tang Zheng, he looked at him in confusion. It was just an accident. Tang Zheng didn't take the credit. The King of Medicine slowly shook his head and sighed. It's rare to have such ability at such a young age and not be arrogant and complacent. It's too rare. If I had such a successor, even if I died, I would have no regrets. Although the King of Medicine's medical skills were superb, he didn't have a successor. These years he had been running around looking for a successor, but he couldn't find a suitable candidate. Yi Tianlei's eyelids twitched as he looked eagerly at Tang Zheng. It seemed that he wanted Tang Zheng to agree to be the disciple of the King of Medicine. This was an opportunity that many people who studied medicine dreamed of. But Tang Zheng turned a blind eye and didn't seem to be moved at all. The King of Medicine squeezed out a lonely smile and said, "But I can see the legendary life-continuing pill before I die. This already makes me have no regrets." Tang Zheng didn't change his expression. Since the other party came looking for him, he obviously knew about the life-continuing pill. So he said, "Since you know about the life-continuing pill, then just say it. This is all because of the life-continuing pill. It has nothing to do with me." Hearing that the other party directly admitted the existence of the life-continuing pill, the King of Medicine couldn't suppress his excitement and asked nervously, "Do you still have it? Can I take a look?" This was like a child seeing his favorite toy and wanted to look at it. Tang Zheng hesitated for a moment, then took out a porcelain bottle from his pocket and handed it to the King of Medicine. The King of Medicine's body suddenly sat up straight. He stretched out his hands and carefully took the porcelain bottle. His face was serious and solemn, just like a religious disciple holding a holy object. The others couldn't help but be attracted by the porcelain bottle. They stared at it without blinking, especially Yi Xuanji. Even his breathing became a little chaotic. They didn't know what the life-continuing pill was, but if it could make the King of Medicine so serious, then it must be something extraordinary. Tang Zheng didn't look sideways. His eyes looked straight ahead as if the porcelain bottle was nothing in his eyes. Comparing the two, Tang Zheng's aura was clearly much higher than the others. Tian Chanzi said with disdain, "It's just a life-continuing pill. Why are they making it so grand? They really are a group of country bumpkins who haven't seen the world." Chapter 102. The King of Medicine slowly placed the bottle in his palm and slightly tilted it. A perfectly round pill rolled into his palm. It was sparkling and translucent, emitting a faint fragrance like a pearl. The King of Medicine's eyes stared straight at the life-continuing pill. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and excitedly said, "This is the life-continuing pill." Everyone else also focused their attention, especially Yi Xuanji. He had already determined the effects of this pill from the 3 words life-continuing pill. His hands subconsciously grabbed onto the chair as his veins bulged, revealing his true feelings. Yi Tianlei praised, "This life-continuing pill is really beautiful. What does it do?" Since it's called the life-continuing pill, of course it's used to extend life. The King of Medicine said as he looked at Tang Zheng, as if he wanted to ask for confirmation. Tang Zheng nodded and said, "This life-continuing pill can extend one's life by 10 years. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, especially the King of Medicine, Yi Xuanji, and Yi Tianlei. The 3 of them were all too clear on what this meant. Other people said that the King of Medicine had the ability to revive the dead and regrow flesh and bones, but that was just an exaggeration. But this life-continuing pill was truly miraculous. It could extend one's life by 10 years. Just how precious was this pill? It simply couldn't be measured with money. There were so many rich and powerful people in the world. If they could extend their lives by 10 years, they would be willing to go bankrupt. Who wouldn't want to live? Everyone's hearts began to beat wildly. Yi Xuanji's fingers almost sunk into the wood of the chair. He desired the life-continuing pill the most because he didn't have much time left. If he wanted to live, he would even steal it. But in front of his life, what was stealing? The King of Medicine's breathing also became hurried. Seeing this legendary pill, he even had the urge to swallow it. He took a deep breath and put the life-continuing pill back into the porcelain bottle. Everyone's eyes were attracted to the porcelain bottle. For a long time, they were unwilling to move away until Tang Zheng casually put the porcelain bottle back into his pocket. What was a priceless treasure in the eyes of others was like a small toy to him. And he was not as cautious as the others. This comparison made the others feel that Tang Zheng was even more unfathomable. Even Yi Tianlei, who was very familiar with Tang Zheng, couldn't help but change his impression of Tang Zheng. "May I ask, how is this life-continuing pill made?" The king of medicine took a deep breath and asked. He felt that this question was very presumptuous. How could he tell others how to make such a priceless treasure? Of course, Tang Jing knew the method, but how could he say it? He wouldn't even tell anyone that he was the one who refined it. He understood the principle of treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. So he directly shook his head and said, I don't know. The king of medicine couldn't hide the disappointment on his face and said, Then who gave it to you? Someone else. Is it your master? Yi Tianlei asked. He still had a deep impression of Tang Zheng's mysterious master. Tang Zheng laughed inwardly and nodded seriously, yes. Godly doctor, your master must be a godly doctor, an expert. The king of medicine exclaimed. Heaven Monk chuckled and said, This brat still knows how to talk. He knows that my abilities are great. In his eyes, the medicine king, who was over 70 years old, was just a brat. Narcissist. Tang Jing choked him. I want to pay a visit to your master, may I? The king of medicine was really like a religious pilgrim, respectful and reverent. How could Tang Zheng make a groundless master out of nowhere? He directly shook his head. No, my master travels the world. I don't even know where to find him. The king of medicine's face dimmed. He shook his head and sighed. What a pity, such an expert. If I could get a few pointers from him, my medical skills would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Then how many life-continuing pills do you have? Yi Xuanji finally couldn't help but ask. Right now, he only had eyes for the life-continuing pill. This was a treasure that could save his life. Tang Jing gave him a playful look and said, There's only one. Only one? Yi Xuanji couldn't hide his disappointment. If there were a few more pills, it would increase his lifespan by a few decades. Then the Ye family would definitely suppress the other families and become the #1 family. At any time, Yi Xuanji would always consider the interests of his family. The king of medicine looked at Yi Xuanji and hesitantly asked, Little friend, there is a problem with grandfather Ye's cultivation, so he needs the life-continuing pill to pass this stage. I wonder if you can give the pill to him. Of course, there is a price. You sold it to Nana for 200,000. I believe the Ye family won't sell it for less than that. Yi Xuanji was shocked. A single life-continuing pill was only sold for 200,000 gold coins. This price was a bit too low. But at this time he didn't think too much about it. The most important thing was to obtain the life-continuing pill, so he waved his hand and boldly said, 2 million, sell the life-continuing pill to me. Actually, he could give a higher price, but the other pill was only sold for 200,000. If the price was too high, he was worried that Tang Zheng would raise the price and have the opposite effect. Tang Zheng gave a low laugh and said, What a big deal, 2 million. Yi Xuanji was full of confidence. 2 million, many people wouldn't be able to earn that much in their lifetime. For a high school student, the temptation was self-evident. Moreover, Tang Zheng's family wasn't well off, so the temptation was even greater. Yi Xuanji was full of confidence, especially when he heard that Tang Zheng had already sold a pill. This showed that he was obsessed with money. Everyone looked at Tang Zheng attentively. On the contrary, Tang Dahai wasn't too nervous. It was as if 2 million was no different from his $200. Give me the life-continuing pill, and I'll call someone to give you the money. Yi Xuanji said. The corner of Tang Zheng's mouth raised and he suddenly laughed. Everyone looked at him with a complicated expression, waiting for his answer. Not selling. The laughter suddenly stopped as Tang Zheng firmly said, Not selling. Everyone was shocked. Yi Xuanji's heartstrings trembled as he hurriedly asked, How can you not sell? The item is mine. If I say I'm not selling, then I'm not selling. Tang Zheng said without any trace of politeness. Yi Xuanji's face immediately turned purple as he gasped for breath. The matter that he was originally confident in was ruined. Yi Xuanji clenched his teeth and said, How much do you want? I'll give it to you. For the sake of his life, he didn't take the initiative to offer a price. He wanted to see what kind of price Tang Zheng would offer. Throwing money, is it? I like money, but why should I sell it to you? This thing has a price but no supply. However much you offer, others will also give you. Then what do you want? Yi Xuanji suppressed his anger and asked. He was already sure that Tang Zheng was deliberately making things difficult for him. Nothing. I don't want to sell it to you. It's that simple. Tang Zheng didn't care about the other party's identity. Yi Xuanji had always been high and mighty. Moreover, he actually went to the school gate to block him. Tang Zheng still hadn't vented his anger. Tang Zheng wasn't someone who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He even listened to his grandfather's teachings, and was a very magnanimous person. However, for someone like Yi Xuanji who had been in a high position for a long time to look down on an ordinary person like him made him very unhappy. If you make me unhappy, then I can also make you unhappy. It's that simple. This rejection was so direct that it made the others a little confused. Why would he reject such a large sum of money? The king of medicine looked at him in astonishment. He didn't understand why he was willing to sell to Nana, but not to Yi Xuanji. Yi Tianlei looked at Tang Zheng with a complicated expression. He guessed the reason and couldn't help but secretly sigh. He advised, Tang Zheng, the old man really needs the life-continuing pill. If you have any requests, we will do our best to satisfy you. Tang Zheng still shook his head and said, Uncle Yi, if you need the life-continuing pill, I can give it to you for free. However, if he wants it, I won't sell it to him no matter how much it costs. Yi Tianlei was speechless. Yi Xuanji's face was extremely gloomy as he asked, Why? Tang Zheng glanced at him and bluntly said, How you treated me before, you know it yourself. Moreover, why would I save someone who doesn't even care about his own granddaughter's happiness? I'm doing this for the benefit of the family. What do you know? Tang Zheng laughed. For the benefit of the family, you can sacrifice your family's happiness. Very good. So this is the so-called family. I've really learned something. Then what's the point of staying in this kind of family? If it was me, I would leave this kind of family as far as possible. Yi Xuanji's eyes were already red. He was angry and was about to flip out. Tang Zheng didn't seem to notice. He even looked at him and said, What, you want to steal it? Of course I'm not your opponent. If you want to steal it, I can't do anything. However, this just proves the hypocrisy and evil of people like you. Tang Zheng's eloquence was pretty good. He made Yi Xuanji speechless. It was because Tang Zheng held the moral high ground that Yi Xuanji couldn't refute. Ignorant brat, arrogant. I am arrogant. I'm not even a member of your family. What can you do about me? Tang Zheng was really arrogant. Yi Tianlei broke out in a cold sweat. He never dared to speak to his father like this. If you don't want to steal it, then forgive me for not seeing you off. Tang Zheng directly asked him to leave. Yi Xuanji looked at Tang Zheng coldly. His murderous intent was exposed. He really felt like he was going to kill and steal it. However, Tang Zheng still had a smile on his face and didn't move. Let's go. Suddenly, Yi Xuanji turned around and left. Yi Tianlei let out a long sigh. He nodded at Tang Zheng and chased after him. The king of medicine looked at Tang Zheng with a complicated expression. He didn't know what to say. After thinking for a while he said, If you are interested in learning from each other, I'm happy to. Moreover, your body is special. If you have any questions, you can come to me. The next time you see your master, I hope you can introduce him to me. Since Tang Zheng wasn't a real genius doctor, there was no need for the king of medicine to continue the conversation. Moreover, they couldn't talk in this kind of atmosphere. However, he still couldn't forget his mysterious master. Seeing the three people leave, Tang Zheng didn't regret it. However, when he saw his grandfather's complicated expression, he knew that he had too many questions. Moreover, he didn't know what his grandfather would think of his actions just now. So far, the person Tang Zheng cared about the most was his grandfather. He cared about his attitude the most. Tang Dahai smiled kindly and patted Tang Zheng's shoulder. He had something to say. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.